Hello and a very warm welcome to you to Paris and to the Paralympic Games 2024. The final session of Para Taekwondo at these games is already upon us, which means the Grand Palais' time as the most stylish Taekwondo venue in history is nearly complete. For one last time, though, this testament to iron and glass plays host to the art of kicking and punching.
As in theatre, it is time for the trois coups to launch the competition.
So the attentions in the stand are going to be drawn now to the centre of the venue. It's time for the coup du bâton, and elements of French theatre reinvigorated and reinvented for Paris 2024 across the Olympic Games and now the Paralympic Games as well.
Membre du Conseil mondial d'administration du Taekwondo, travaillant en Jordanie pour aider à inclure les athlètes handicapés dans les activités de la Taekwondo Humanitarian Foundation.
World Taekwondo Council member working in Jordan.
Those in the stand are waiting for Maher Magable to bang in the action that's about to begin.
Please welcome.
It's a moment for us to welcome John Cullen to the last day of Taekwondo. And John, what an amazing 3 days we've seen. Maher Magable's been there throughout, as have we, and his chance to bang the baton for the last time in Para Taekwondo.
I don't know if that was Maher Magable or Milli Vanilli. They are slightly off with the synchronisation, but Maher certainly has been enjoying the Taekwondo, Jack, and I know you have as well. And of course the athletes, they're always right on time. And it is just that poignant time, as you mentioned there. We're into the last session now. The big medals on the final day.
We're across 3 weight categories this evening. It's the plus 80 kilograms and minus 80 kilograms in the men's side of things, and the plus 65 on the women's side of things. We begin with the minus 80 kilograms for the men. We're at the Repechages stage, so this is the chance for those athletes that went out earlier on in the quarter-final stages to fight through and possibly contest a bronze medal match later on tonight in the session.
In blue, representing Serbia,
Nikola Spajic.
Serbia's Nikola Spajic is the first to enter the arena. He's had 2 contests already today. He stunned everyone in the first with the quality of his performance, but never quite got going in his second. So fits and starts for Nikola Spajic today. Can he hit the highs of earlier on in his first match?
En rouge, représentant l'Azerbaïdjan.
In red, representing Azerbaijan, Abulfaz Abuzali.
4 fois médaillé au championnat du monde.
Azerbaijan's Abulfaz Abuzali.
4-time medalist at the World Championships and 3 European medals, including 2 golds.
Well, much the same story as his opponent. He went out at the quarterfinals to Luis Mario Nayeda of Mexico. So he's getting the bandwagon back on track in this repechage contest. He's been to Tokyo before, and in his second Paralympic Games, he's aiming to improve on his result from first time out when he finished 7th. So Wu Jianzhong, People's Republic of China, is the referee.
Yeah, and of course, for people just joining, wondering what the referee does, it's a 5-minute round. They can give out penalties if you kick too low to the legs, or if you kick to the head. There's no kicking into the head of Para Taekwondo. If you also step out of the confines of the octagon, you'll get a yellow card. 10 of those, you'll lose the round. And of course, other than that, it's the sensors on the socks, kick into the body for 2 points minimum.
Spajic of Serbia in the blue, and Abuzali of Azerbaijan in the red. mentioned the routes through today here, John, and of course worth bearing in mind that one of the reasons why Nikola Spajic never quite got out of third gear in his encounter was his opponent. Ju Jong-hyun was in such good form earlier on today from Korea.
Yeah, he's one of the contenders. Ju Jong-hyun fought to good effect all across the world. He's been out of the sport for about 7 years, came back because of the Paralympic Games, has gone from strength to strength, and from the Republic of Korea, he's going to be a contender for gold later on. Obviously, he's going to negotiate the semi-finals, but Nikola Spajic had a tough draw there, as we see Abulfazl Abuzali's coach there just having a look on there. Farid Tagazadeh will be happy with his team's work so far. And just as we see these shots raining in here, Matt, there's the first one, the two-pointer. The power obviously is dependent on the weight category, so that is how it's worked out by pair threshold.
Spajic making sure he's got an exit plan to get out of range when Abuzali comes forward. Coming close. Again, Abuzali goes up to try to score on the trunk, but instead he gets countered by Spajic.
Yeah, he's got a good step-out double technique. So the double technique is when you do two kicks in mid-air. Of course, front leg, the leg closest to the opponent. That one there. Good timing, but not so much the connection on the protector, so that'll just create the penalty point for falling over.
Control beginning from the Serbian for this 5-point lead. Everything going according to the game plan for him.
Very much so, as he lands the punch in there, but leaves a little space, obviously. Abulfazl Abuzali picks up that little front leg to the body, just picks it off, so that'd be a good tactic for him. But as you see, a steady start from the Serb.
Bent over, but back to it for Abuzali, man from Baku State University, capital of Azerbaijan.
Yeah, good shot again there from Abuzali, beginning to find a home for that front leg particularly. The difficulty he's having is anticipating the timing. Better now, he's getting his footwork going, so obviously you want to be moving around, presenting a moving target. Easy to hit a stationary target like so, got caught standing watching and gets picked off.
Kidology from Abuzali and Spajic, taking up much of the airtime, really, the feints and the fakes, trying to set up the right position. And John, presumably, if you don't set up the right position, then the right thing is to do to keep your powder dry and not go in on an attempt that's not quite right.
Absolutely, and that's why they're going to take this little break here, have their minute to reassess. You're right, you've got to be certain as to what you're going to do. You have to dismiss what's coming back from the opponent. You can't go in thinking, oh, they're going to do this, I'm going to do that. By the time you make a decision, you have to go with that decision. Hence, to your point, take your time, measure it, have a little look to see what the possibilities are. Also, how much time is there left? There's a minute and 10 seconds left, so Abulfazl Abuzali has to come forward a bit more now. So, in some regards, it's simplified for him now. But on the other side of the coin, his opponent's looking at him going, well, he has to come now. So all we have to look for now for Nikola Spajic, the next 25-30 seconds, stay busy, at least kick together. That's always the best method when you're in a commanding lead. Just kick together and then try and kill the clock in the last, let's say, 45 seconds.
Far away from that final stretch for Spajic, where he'll feel much more confident. Still 60 seconds to go. 7-point lead, though significant, can be taken away if Abrazali starts to go to work. Must raise the tempo and the speed of scoring and not give Gamjons away.
Yeah, just as I was explaining during that break, this is exactly what Nicolas Spajic would have wanted. That first 35, 40 seconds, 0 extra points on the board. That Gamjon, of course, making a minor difference, but now into the last 30 seconds, he can manage the distance, be far away, be too close. Doesn't need to get involved in anything now. Just for that reason, the back kick from the man from Baku slides past. That's all his options are left.
Trunk shot from Abrazali brings it to a 4-point difference. Now he scores again for a 2-point difference. The man from Baku is coming back. 5 seconds remaining to see this through. It's still there for him, and it will be right down to the very last split second. One more shot at the trunk, but the back away was good. And then the safety. So Nicolas Spajic had done the hard work, and then he gave himself the chance to go through, playing it safe towards the end. Abrazali with a late charge, but falling just short.
Yeah, he got involved there. Abrazali enough, had to come forward and try and get some points on the board. Credit to him. And the man from Azerbaijan gave it a right good run, as he should. There's still a chance to get into that bronze medal final, let's call it, but Nicolas Spajic now has a chance to do just that. Good performance. And Abulfazil Abrazali contributed to that, but Spajic very good, very calm.
Spajic heads off to get ready for a bronze medal contest later tonight.
Prochain match de repêchage dans la catégorie féminine de plus de 65 kilos.
Next up, we have the women's plus 65 kilo.
Greece's Eleni Papamastopoulou against Spain's Dalia Santiago Moreno now.
In blue, representing Greece,
Eleni Papamastopoulou.
Eleni Papamastopoulou heads to her marks. After one victory, one loss today, the Greek
this year she won gold at the European
has a chance still for
and silver at the Europe
her bronze medal. If she wins this encounter, just 22 years of age, finished second at the European Championships just 3 months ago in Belgrade, which was more like a World Championships, given the strength of the quality of the field there. It was an open championship, so the best in the world could travel to it. She came out second. Dalia Santiago Moreno of Spain. Hails from Ripoll in the north of Spain, not far from the border with France, actually. Someone who has been playing this sport since he was 3 years old. Her father, Juan Antonio, runs a Taekwondo gym, and she has been inducted in the sports from the very moment that she could walk. 26 years of age now. So that's an awful lot of time and IQ built up in Taekwondo. Nubia Segunda Flores is the referee.
Well, as you mentioned, Jack, as we see the head guards getting fixed there are face shields on. Obviously, you're not allowed to kick to those heads, so they're just making sure that they're tight and safe around the different hairstyles that athletes have got. Of course, has to be comfortable, but that level of comfort from having been involved in Taekwondo. Eleni Papastamotopoulou as well, since she was 10 years old, she's been doing Taekwondo as well. Only been classified this year, only began competing this year. And as you mentioned, that performance in European Championships, starting off well, but leaving a little space here as she kicks in with that back leg, the right leg. Santiago Moreno ready for it.
So from close range, both players training in on the trunk protector, exchanging blows and exchanging points at this point. Gamjon for striking below the belt by Santiago Moreno, the fighter in the red. So one penalty point against her. Papastamotopoulou then gets caught on the trunk for two. Great start this for Santiago Moreno.
The difficulty there for Eleni Papastamotopoulou is that she comes in, she's trying to do the kicks, she's trying to do the work, she's doing half of the work on behalf of Santiago Moreno. By kicking and exchanging, it was only counter kicks there for the Spaniard. And she landed them nicely. And that range there, when you've got your opponent on the edge of the octagon, you have to keep going, at least force the penalty.
So new to the sport in terms of competing, Papastamotopoulou, but her opponent's already a European champion back in 2021. How common is it, John, to see someone burst onto the scene and be right at home at the very top level?
I think that it's not common, obviously, to make that transition to the elite level from just being in a club and competing and doing Taekwondo for recreation, doing some national competitions, which I know Eleni Papastamotopoulou did. But the fact that she's made this step up so quickly, it's down to her. She's got the athleticism, she's got the desire, she's got another couple of points on the board there. She's become a full-time professional in terms of her preparation now. She's obviously got her university studies that she's doing as well, but she's made that focus now about becoming a full-time athlete. Strength and condition, nutrition, all the things that you've got to add, and she looks right at home here. That's the biggest thing for her to take away. And as you mentioned there, Jack, still very much in this one.
Yeah, away from the match, she studies medicine at the University of Ioannina in Greece. And she's also someone who clearly searches for perfection, and the way we can read into that, John, is one of our heroes is the Romanian gymnast Nadia Comaneci, famous for recording the perfect 10 in artistic gymnastics.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought it was quite an interesting one for a younger athlete to have, you know, an established Olympian from a different era, let's say, and especially a different sport. So a little read into her psychology. And obviously, can she give a taste of her own medicine here to Diallo?
So Diego Hernandez, coach for Santiago Moreno and Vasilis Sikos, having done their jobs now. 3 minutes to go. 6-5. Trunk shot though good from Papastamotopoulou. That's another one as well, so it's a three-pointer.
She's in a good position, isn't she? What happened was the pattern, the first one. Daliago Santiago Moreno from Spain was happy to wait, to go backwards, to kick on the counter. But Eleni Papastamotopoulou now the beneficiary of that. So things can swing around quickly. In Para Taekwondo, it's 1 5-minute round, but it is very much the opportunity to reassess during that 1 minute break. There's still one more 1 minute break available. One per athlete.
Pace slowing right down. Subconscious agreement from both of them.
Definitely, Jack, and that's what I was very aware of here, as Eleni Papastamotopoulou has decided, I'm slowing this down here. And Daliaga Santiago is saying, okay, well, how do I reassess? How do I do that? There's a little flick of the eyes over to the scoreboard to say, how much time is left? Should I go now? So that means that you're beginning to feel comfortable against the opponent. You've dismissed the threat. You've realised what weapons they've got. And then you're setting the pace, and that's what the Greeks doing right now. But things can change so quickly.
Santiago Moreno getting in close again. Try and score from that close range. Timeout call from the Spanish corner this time. What would you expect to see from Santiago Moreno, John, in the 72 seconds remaining?
First of all, well done in figuring out 72 seconds from 1 minute and 12. That would have taken me 1 minute and 12 to work out. So the mathematics of it, though, is simpler for the Spaniard. She needs to get maybe a couple of body kicks on the board. The key now is not to try and go for the 3-point back kick or for the 4-point spin kick. It's too early for that. Just try and chip away. There are signs that Eleni Papastamotopoulou is either slowing down on purpose or is feeling the pace. So if you're in there and you know that, and you've had that rest, try and control the ring a little bit more, push them out towards Gamjon territory, pull it back to a 2-point game, tie it up, and see where it takes you from there, because I think simplicity is important now, rather than trying to be expansive when you've been picked off doing that already.
The difference, and Spain's Santiago Moreno, the one who has to chase this. Chasing it she is, shunting Papastamotopoulou around the ring and winning a Gamjon. Because of that, difference is now 2. Avoiding the fight is the Greek. That was the decision from the referee.
And that's precisely what we're talking about during that gap. Get that Gamjon on the board, find a 2-point shot. Still time to do that. But for Eleni Papastamotopoulou, she has to now at least look busy.
When you're within 2, the clock can go right down to the last second, and you can still salvage the match. Things a little harder when you're 3 and 4 points away.
It's an invalid request here. So the referee's been very clear. What exactly do you want the Gamjon for, the penalty for? Regardless, one benefit from it is that will be a chance to get your breath back. You can't ask for that, so the coach actually knew that, plays it anyway. There's a chance now for the last 10.
few seconds tick by amongst all that. Last 10 to go. 2 points still the difference. Dalia Santiago Moreno has to land a shot to the trunk here to take this into a golden round. Eleni Papastamatopoulou is going to hold on and add to that lead at the very end. So new to the sport, so new to the elite end of it. But she has such a calm head on her, Eleni Papastamatopoulou, with a victory and passage through to a bronze medal contest. And a chance to achieve something at being so fresh to the sport as well. Fantastic prospect for Greece after that 11-7 victory over Dalia Santiago Moreno.
And if you are new to the sport, you want to know what these scores are, how does the kicks work and so on. Actually, on the World Taekwondo Instagram, there's a feature with Beth Monroe and Eleni Papastamatopoulou, shared by the Paralympic Instagram, that teaches you exactly the kicks that you can do, the protectors that they wear. So have a little look at that, and it'll make you a bit more expert as we go along.
And next up we have the men's 80+ repechage match.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
So Lulu Dong of the People's Republic of China and Idrissa Keita of Senegal.
En bleu, représentant la République populaire de Chine.
In blue, representing People's Republic of China,
Liu Ludong.
So Lulu Dong of the People's Republic of China gets ready for this repechage match.
At the 2019 World Para Championships in Turkey and again in Mexico last year.
Started in great form earlier on today, just couldn't continue with that form, and into the repechage he goes. But
In red, representing Senegal, Idrissa Keita.
a man who can really rack the points up quickly. And against Idrissa Keita, it'll be difficult. The man from Senegal in Western Africa, from the capital Dakar, he's just 21 years of age, qualified for the Games through the African qualifying routes, winning that competition. He's a breath of fresh air to Para Taekwondo, and he's an unknown quantity for opponents unless they've managed to have a look at the tape from earlier today. Lost to Matt Bush in the quarter-final after a golden round victory in his first match, where he defeated the three-time world champion earlier today. So he's hit the highs against Mehmet Sarak of Turkey, and then he was worked out by Matt Bush of Great Britain.
Yeah, I was watching him coming in through the LED light gate. That's 1.93 m. I walked under it and just about got my head under it. He must be a good 1.98, 2 meters, and he's got that flexibility to go with it. So can he use that range here? And of course, as we know, Jack, or people who are new to it, it's a height difference until you make it a height advantage.
So Keita gets going, starts to move quickly, likes to get on the board early from what we've seen today in terms of points. Idrissa Keita, and into the trunk again, runs forward to close the distance on Lulu Dong.
And the difficulty for Lulu Dong is to anticipate. What he's been pretty good at the moment is waiting for the taller man to come in. That gives him some sort of parity. He can shift off to the side and try and pick him off underneath. But it is obviously a conundrum, as you can see. Aldong, the coach, trying to figure out exactly, because you can have a game plan, but very rarely you're going to have a sparring partner that is, let's say, 2 meters plus, that you get the chance to constantly work with. But I like what Lulu Dong's doing here. He's actually accentuating the difference. He's sitting down even more so that when Keita comes forward, he can jump into him. If you watch it here. It's between brave and reckless.
But even once you've worked out the range against someone like Keita, you can still be surprised by it, because the focus has to stay until the very end. And Keita, his leg length's not going to change in this match. He knows exactly how far he can reach.
Actually, one of Keita's chief advantages would be the ability to kick to the head because of that length of leg. Obviously in Para-Taekwondo you can't do that, so it is somewhat of a 50-50 chance now between the two. And we saw a little technique there from Lulu Dong, the man in blue. They kind of jump in and close like so, and then kick from the short distance. So trying to do that, or back kick on the left leg. That shot there.
Lulu Dong does get the first points via the feet in the contest from close range. Precious points. That took a lot of hard work to be able to fashion the opportunity for that shot. The reply, that was powerful. And you can see the power now that Keita has.
I think what's good about Keita as well, his level of concentration is high, not just his height. He's keeping himself a small target. Some good pick-off shots from Lulu Dong, but Keita's not giving him any free shots. That's the jumping back kick, as mentioned before. That's not a bad idea. Try and use the edge of the mat, create some gam joms. Those are penalty points.
Lulu Dong coming towards the leg that is advancing towards him, John, and just explain the defensive strategy there for us, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course, Jack. It's a good idea. If there's a long leg or a long punch coming at you, one of the best tactics to do is to get inside it, to move not straight towards it, but slightly off to the side of it, so that as it comes in, it's going past you. If you move back, it's like someone swinging a bat or a club at you. If you move back, it's going to catch you. So any hockey player will tell you, if someone's playing a big sweeping shot, get in close, because otherwise it's going to get wrapped around the back of your head. Same with these long legs of Keita. By way of contrast, the big man from Senegal has to try and shorten his kicks up a little bit, because he's kicking really long, and then Lulu Dong is waiting for that. This one, the perfect adage of not the size of the fight and the man, but the size of the man in the fight. You've got to try and turn that on its tables and say, okay, I'm going to use my skills against the taller man, because it's still only a height difference. We haven't seen a height advantage.
Encounter the Repechage, and the winner goes through to a bronze medal match later on in the Grand Palais. Trunk shot for Keita to level it up. Plenty of those in the stands backing the man from Senegal. I don't know if many of those fans know this man's story, but it's illustrating of the life he's had, that he says his ambition isn't being fated in the Grand Palais, but it is to use Taekwondo to help his mother have a comfortable life. He lost his father very young. He's had to beg on the streets of Dakar at one stage in his life. But that's when he met his coach, Abdoulaye Ndiaye. And it was him who brought him to Taekwondo, who trained him from a rookie to the elite level. And Taekwondo is his route to achieving his ambition of making his mother comfortable.
Which is what everybody should be trying to do in their life. But admirable from Idrissa Keita as he lands another big shot to the body. And what's good, you mentioned there about the lifestyle that he's had, where he's had to adjust and figure out how his place in life and his use of the sport. He's also adjusted his stance. He's pulled it right close together. He's going to get into trouble for that, for bringing his knee up so close. But chambering your knee close to you and just having little short kicks, that's the adaptation he's made. So if we actually look at the 3 yellow cards that he's, let's say, given away, let's make that 4. That's the only difference on the scoreboard. He's actually scored more kicking points.
Change of tactic to come rushing in. Can he score from close range? Lulu Dong having to adjust and scramble and make himself as difficult a target to score on as possible.
Yeah, and we're blessed here with Tafiq, the referee from Norway, who was a former player himself of good level. So he actually knows, you know, these are some of the normal bumps and bruises. There's also some, that's quite right from Lulu Dong to try and duck down and then try and get the referee to give out some gam joms. But the ref wise to that so far.
For those people watching, perhaps new to the sports, why aren't we seeing points being scored? We're seeing lots of kicks and shots which seemingly landing on the trunk protector but not scoring.
That one certainly did land on the protector and scored because it was at the right distance. If you imagine standing at 2 meters tall, you've got to get that optimal space to get that big leg in. Lulu Dong wants to be in at this distance here to kick and score, and does so. So it's all about the space at which you do it. And there's also an excellent bit of refereeing there, just as I'd mentioned about Lulu Dong leaning down and trying to elicit some penalties. The referee turned it and said, no, 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 you're bending down and jumping into these kicks. Gave the penalty the other way. So that's why we have an evenly fought contest here.
At 10 each, it may come down to penalties too. Someone doesn't keep their focus in these last 20 seconds. And then it goes through to a bronze medal match. Keita and Lulu Dong. There's still nothing between the pair.
I think that's excellent refereeing. Lulu Dong's kicking long and jumping in, so it's making the difference down to the last 10.
It means Keita has that 1 point lead into the last 10 seconds. We're going to be leveled up again for blocking with the knee. 11 each. Scores from Keita. That's a 2. For 7 seconds remaining. He moves ahead. Keita in the clinch. Lulu Dong needing to chase this down. He climbs up high to try and land one onto the trunk and then round the back, but nothing going. And this is it for Keita. The seconds tick over. Idrissa is through to the bronze medal contest for Senegal, this 21-year-old for whom Taekwondo has offered an avenue to so much in life, and here he is in the French capital doing the business and charming everyone in the arena as well. There's a lot of fans here now for Idrissa Keita and Lulu Dong, who fought just as expertly, just as bravely, but not quite in the end enough.
Yeah, I love to see that respect there. Idrissa Keita showing exactly what the sport means to him, as you said there, Jack. Great performance and adapting all the way, not just kicking long, relying on physicality, change things up, and it paid its rewards.
Préparez-vous au prochain match de repêchage, catégorie messieurs de moins de 80 kilos.
And next up we have the men's -80 repechage match.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
Nurlan Dombayev of Kazakhstan up against Costa Rica's Andres Molina.
In blue, representing Kazakhstan,
Roland Dombayev. Sa deuxième participation.
Kazakhstan's calculating Nurlan Dombayev. So many years in this sport. A world champion on 2 occasions as well.
his second
He
Paralympic
finished
Games, a former
5th, just
two-time
outside the
world
medals in
champion,
Tokyo
European
3 years ago,
Championship
and
bronze medalist.
he's in the hunt 3 years on at 43 years of age.
En rouge, représentant Costa Rica.
In red, representing Costa Rica, Andres Molina.
Andres Molina of Costa Rica, another man who went narrowly close to a medal in Tokyo, but fell just short.
This is his second Paralympic Games. He won bronze at the Pan Am qualifications.
He's had a tough day, Molina. Seems to have been carrying an injury throughout most of his contests, but here again to roll the dice in Paris.
Arbitre, faites commencer le combat.
Referee, you may start the match.
Nothing he could do at all against Asabek Toshtemurov of Uzbekistan in the semi-final. The Uzbekistan fighter looks in fantastic condition. More about him later, but Federico Zanetti of Italy is the referee. Molina, 36 years of age, and most of the competitors he comes up against he's older than, but not Dombayev, who's 43 these days. It's a meeting of high IQ acquired over the years in the ring for these two. There'll be tactics aplenty. There'll be covering of any of the physical side of the sport that they might used to have possessed, but with age has dropped off ever so slightly. They're still formidable competitors, and Molina can mix it with the best of them in short bursts as well. He's a really powerful athlete. Dombayev activating the sensors for the first time. Electronic scoring in Taekwondo, so 2 points if you hit the trunk of your opponent with a regular kick. 3 points if you hit them with a back kick, and 4 for a spinning kick. And that's it. Simple and straightforward, scoring off the trunk only.
Scoring nicely again there, Dombayev. He's got his range nicely. You mentioned the possibility of an injury for Andres Molina. He's moving okay, but perhaps favouring that back foot a little bit more. So the one closest to us, of course, the back leg. The one nearest to it is the front. And that gap in between them, that's the distance. Each kick covers a different distance. That one's nice and short, pops it to the body. So those sensors on the socks, when they hit the body with good power, you get 2 points. And of course, Roland Dombayev from Kazakhstan putting that to good effect so far.
Spinning kick, but he's picked off as he tries that, Molina.
Yeah, difficult with any spinning technique is that you have to try and do something in front of it to disguise it, unless you've got that electric quick speed. And as you mentioned, as we age, we do slow down a little bit. So can't catch him by surprise. Dombayev picks him off, and this distance here is huge. So every time, if you watch it, every time a straight kick comes forward, the athletes will usually move slightly to the side So they're just not waiting for it to come to them. They're moving slightly to the side to mitigate the force of the shot. So if you watch the back leg coming in there and you just move slightly to the side to avoid it, if you get caught going straight back, that's when you get in danger.
Presumably, John, if you get the read wrong though as well, step to the wrong side, you step into it, magnifying the forces.
Exactly, and that's why you've got to try and throw combinations. You've got to try and put a little bit of a feint on the front of it to try and establish the pattern. Do they go to the right? Do they go to the left? Where can I lead them to? Because your job as a fighter is to kick where they're going to be, not where they are.
Dombayev in a very good position. Timeout called by Andres Molina.
Tout au long de ces 3 journées de la session de Taekwondo, les athlètes attendent votre soutien et votre participation à la grande fête. Pour cela, il faut frapper dans ses mains, dans le rythme, on garde le rythme ensemble, on continue. Clap, 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 clap.
Head guards on, and a head full of new ideas for Costa Rica and Kazakhstan, perhaps. Certainly Molina needs to change things up.
Needs to do it quickly as well. Molina mauling a little bit in the inside, trying to put the pressure on, get a little bit closer. That step through kick there, decent idea. He puts something on the front of the spin kick to try and elicit that response. So try and set up a bit better. Good idea. But Dombayev, as you mentioned, all those world titles, all that experience, very little that he hasn't seen before.
John, experience is one thing. Presumably you've seen players who have acquired the same number of years out on the mat, but using their experience in a better way.
Absolutely. So it comes down to the demands of the occasion. So when you've got that experience, that knowledge and that skill, then it comes down to who can apply it in the moment. So a lot of times now, you know, Carlos Molina will go back and think, I should have done this, or Andres Molina should go, I should have done this, should have done that. That is often what happens at the end of the fight when you realise, they were doing this, they were doing that. The ability of the top level, which is what I would put Dombayev in, for how much longer is up to him. But what they do is they do what they want to do when they want to do it. And when that comes down to a fight, you're then applying that experience as and when you want. You're setting the pace. And there's another problem for Molina. That's 2 or 3 times now, that skipping kick to the body. He tried to do it again there, Dombayev. When you're getting hit with the same shot 2 and 3 times, you're too busy thinking about what do I do, rather than dealing with what's in front of you. And that is why we have this 10-point gap.
Coming forward and again, hit it legs length away. No score from it, except for the Gamjon falling down.
So if Molina can fake and intimidate, step in a little bit more, he's working prodigiously hard just to deal with this, the little gap in between their 2 front feet. This danger zone that he's in here, that's real bravery, and his confidence and courage has to be commended. And obviously the time has to be taken into the fact that's the shot there, exactly into that distance. But to get in there as he goes again will probably create another Gamjon, and at least get himself up on the board. Good from Molina. He's now creating a little bit more doubt in the fighter's mind in blue, and hence they take a little break to try and reassess. Because your job in any fight is to become a big doubt in the opponent's mind. You've got to try and make them unsure. What should they do next? Sow the seeds of doubt and then capitalise. And Molina, to his credit there, shortened up the distance. That's that twisting kick to the body. And the big push as the back kick comes in as well. But after that, he got 2 or 3 things right. And that's credit to him.
From a transcontinental city, John, is Nurlan and the city's called Attirau. What that means is it's a city where 2 continents meet, and Asia and Europe begin and end in his home city of Attirau, on the very west of Kazakhstan.
So from those 2 continents colliding to the 2 players colliding in the centre, that's the problem. If you pick up your knee like that, it's okay for continents to meet, but not knees.
Yes. They both produce an effect, don't they? And this one might be a big problem for Molina.
I think mercifully, Jack, it's a ligament. It's not a ligament, it's actually just a bash on the kneecap, which hurts tomorrow morning when you're walking through the airport. Could be with a bronze medal, but doubtful at this stage. That's the things that you feel, but you'll be feeling a little bit more confident now, will be Dombayev, picking these off at range now, and from that being relatively flustered just before that last break, he's put a couple of good scores on the board, and into the closing stages he goes.
That time perfectly judging the distance and then coming in for a score. Pushing Molina away and seeing himself home here, Nurlan Dombayev. From start to finish, Nurlan Dombayev exerts and exudes class, experience and wherewithal. For an 18-7 win over Andres Molina. 2 smart, canny practitioners, but it's the Kazakh who comes through it to go through and fight for a bronze medal later in the session.
Place au prochain match de repêchage pour les féminines de plus de 65 kilos.
Next up, we have the women's plus 65 kilo repechage match.
Veuillez accueillir vos
Jelena
arbitres.
Rasic of Serbia now against Morocco's Rajeh Akamak.
If you are brand new to the sport and you're just joining us, hopefully you'll get involved. If you're looking at the 3 blazers and thinking what's different, they're the judges. They add any extra points. So if you kick to the body, it's 2. If you back kick, it's 3. If you spin, it's 4. And that's the job of, well, the Blazer Brigade. But of course, the centre referee here, Martina Navratilova, will be in charge of the safety primarily.
In blue, representing Serbia,
Jelena Rasic.
Jelena Rasic of Serbia, 34 years of age, and someone who is a very rangy fighter, so quite often the taller of a pair when she's out on the mat. And a big salute to the crowd from the Serbian production line of Taekwondoist Jelena Rasic.
representing Morocco, Rajeh Akamak.
Quite a production line it is. Now Morocco are developing their own production line. in Taekwondo, and Roger Akamach is one of the best they've produced in recent times. 2 times a world silver medalist.
World silver medalist and twice African Championship gold medalist.
And in the tune-up towards the Paralympic Games, she competed at the European Championships as it was an open event, and she picked up the bronze medal there.
Start the match.
Was completely outplayed in her quarter-final against Amy Truesdale. Difficult for anyone to see what she could have done differently. Truesdale was just on such good form, it felt like. And now she can reset. Akamach.
Yeah, Akamach met her match against Amy, and who looks in good form. But a similar attempt here to set the pace from the Moroccan, because what we've seen, if you have seen the previous matches before, the taller fighter, the Serb, standing at 1m86. So you've got to then try and negotiate that distance. And ideally, which is not bad here from Akamach, exactly like that, get the taller opponent to move. If you can move a taller opponent from side to side, they can struggle.
Separated again, and now distance being closed by Rasic. If you're just watching Taekwondo for one of the first times maybe, and you think, well, it's about flexibility, it's about kicking your opponent, then surely the taller fighter has an advantage. It's not nearly like that. It's only a difference, and so often the smaller fighter can make life very uncomfortable and make it a virtue.
Exactly right, Jack, particularly with no head kicks as well. You can have the bravery to come in like this, bull forward, look for the spaces without getting kicked to the faces. So that's an important distinction to have. Raji Asharmash is really doing quite well here, holding that distance well. And every time we see the taller fighter, Jelena Rasic, coming forward, if you watch the knees, if your knee is up and across, you've got a chance of extending your foot. If your knee is already hitting off the red protector, like so, you're getting your knee up and there's no space for the rest of the leg to extend, that will suit the Moroccan perfectly. So as the kick lifts up, like that knee position, this suits the Moroccan right there. She can get the kicks off. Jelena Rasic can't get the leg turned over.
It's an incongruous concept to grasp for the first time, but when you're in close as a smaller fighter, you're actually in a safer space.
Absolutely, and that's what it's about, is that it's safer for you, but also this, you mentioned the production line, that's where you can be at your most productive. You're not going to be able to do anything at a long distance against a taller fighter. So that little fake, that little movement, and that shot in there, as their leg is up, kicking underneath, these are all, technically they sound easy, but this is textbook stuff from Akamach. And to do that, you have to have the character. You've got to be brave. And that is an attribute that she's certainly got.
I mentioned her last match, but it was completely dominant. 30 points to 9 she lost against Amy Truesdale, who is a taller fighter than herself. So she's put that behind her, and the chalkboard's been out as well, hasn't it, in the training hall, working out exactly the right strategy. Not that chalkboards, I'm sure, are used these days.
Oh, we'll chalk it down to experience, because the Moroccan again puts one more up on the board. And Jelena Rasic and Amy Truesdale, I watched them fight in the European Championships in Rotterdam, and it was the Serb that came out on top. So it is a level of quality that Akamach has stepped up here. Jelena Rasic still has time, but again, at the risk of repeating myself, if you watch the knee of the fighter in blue, there's not enough space to get the hip across.
saying that Jelena Rasic likes, which is don't be a magician, be magic, and getting on to the point in this match where she needs to conjure something. She's also a fan of Zlatan Ibrahimovic as well, the black belt taekwondoist who also plays a bit of football. That's the kind of thing that Zlatan would say as well, isn't it, John?
He would also say, I am magic. And I invented it and completed it, but completing the job so far, Rajay Akamash. There's just a little look of concern there from Jelena Rasic. She'll probably head back to the coaching corner as they play Survivor. She's going to need to survive this and try and turn it around, because the momentum's going away from her, and the chance to try and do something when you're in this state now. You're much more tired, you're much more emotional, you're much more under pressure. Then to be creative, I'm not sure that Jelena will have that chance in this one. The reason for that's on the red side of the map, because the work being done here by Rajay Akamash, excellent.
Yeah, let's hear one more time. Make some noise for Morocco.
And one more time
For Serbia.
Nicely, Zlatan trained out with Gergely Salim out in the States. Omar Salim, who is the double Olympian now. And his daughter's got quite a bit about her in terms of taekwondo, has Zlatan's daughter. So they had a lot of hope that she would get into taekwondo, but I think they've got plenty of other options. Maybe involving kicking other things.
Yeah, but it's a case of Akamash, according to her, the motto which she likes. She needs to believe in magic right now. 10 points the deficit.
And it looks there, so you see Akamash kicking low there, the referee lets it float. It looks as if she's just standing there, the Moroccan. All the time she's watching that back foot before it moves, kicking as a response.
On the elbow, more than a clip. Clanging shot on the elbow, that's why her elbow bone's still ringing, no doubt. Rajay Akamash, 10 seconds away from a bronze medal contest. It's been a lockout from the Moroccan. Game plan executed in a very, very well-handled way. Rajay Akamash of Morocco goes through to the bronze medal contest, and that's the smile of her coach for when a plan comes together.
I love it when a plan comes together. But certainly there, Jelena Rasic did everything she could. She'll go back knowing that exactly what was done to her there, that it was just that manipulation of distance. But she can be proud of the fact that she's made it to this Paralympic Games, and she'll be much better for the next run to LA. But you see the obvious emotions between her and her coach. Couldn't have tried any harder. Massive frustration when you're in there and you know you're giving your all, and the crowd giving it back.
En place pour le tout dernier match des repêchages, catégorie messieurs de plus de 80 kilos.
And next up we have our last repechage match for the men's plus 80 kilo category.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Nishan Ombirali of Kazakhstan against Ivan Nikolic of Croatia in the over 80 kilogram category.
And come the referees, as a 5-minute round in Taekwondo. The objective, kick to the body for 2 points, back kick for 3, and any spinning kick is worth 4. That'll be added by those judges for the 2, 3, 4. But the number 1 will be the centre referee in charge of the penalties and the fighter's safety.
Representing Kazakhstan,
Nishan Ombirali.
Nishan Omirali from Taraz in Kazakhstan in his second Paralympic Games.
Taking part in his second Paralympic Games, he's been a world champion on 2 occasions, as well as winning 1 silver medal.
Aiming to go one better than he managed in Tokyo by contesting for a medal. It was the quarter-final stages that he made last year, and that's the level he's got to here before dropping into the repechage. But he can be fished back out and thrown into a medal contest again by beating Ivan Mikulic. Won't be easy. The man from Split in Croatia, backed by this crowd here. He is the Paralympic silver medalist from 3 years ago.
And 1 bronze, and a 7-time European medalist, including
the Croatian colours, iconic wherever they go, on football shirts, on Taekwondo t-shirts. And Mikulic is a decent backing, red and white patterned Croatian flag, evident in the stands. Referee Hosni of Egypt.
Ivan Mikulic there, just a final bit of conversation there with his coach. Lovely fella, very dignified athlete, and obviously well represented and well supported back in Split. I'll be looking for a split decision here, I would think, to try and get past Omirali, who's a, redoubtable warrior, experienced. And as we've seen before, it's now about using the height difference for your advantage, and the benefit that Ivan Mikulic has is the speed. So he has the speed over the fighter in blue, Omirali. So he's quite happy with a smaller person coming towards him.
Omirali taking some flack, going off accidentally high on the trunk protector, it seemed. Uses the front foot kick, and it's a good one. Right through the guard. The front door was open.
And then he walked, and he's managed to find another wee space there. That was very, very good, that adaptation. They've obviously worked on that. How to negate that length and stepping through with the back kick. That went very high. Not allowed. So in terms of a start, Nishan Omirali couldn't be much happier. That's good from Omirali, staying active occasionally just to avoid the wrath of the ref, and that little pick-up shot there, very good indeed. And that all came from that initial kind of poking someone and annoying them. Eventually they react.
Ivan Mikulic seeking out Omirali in search of these first points for him that are yet to arrive. Well, here's one of them via a Gamjon for stepping out of the contest area into the purple, and that's not allowed.
For the first time now, Ivan changing stance, putting a different foot in front into that open stance, as we would call it, opposite front foots, to try and get that and trying to change things up. Spin kick left a space though. Just getting a bit ragged now for Ivan.
2 points wiped off.
And the whistle of indignation there. I think you're going to see the coach saying, not too sure about that. The only thing it could have been is that Nishan Omirali was off the mat when he scored those 2 points, but I think the coach will say, invalidate the Gamjon, take away the penalty.
He wanted to be invalidation of the points. Chong, video replay. Chong coach asking for re-invalidation of the points.
Actually, invalidation of the gam jump, taking away the penalty.
Coach ask re-invalidation of points.
A quick Google search of that one, I think, there. Other search engines are available. Always liked Ask Jeeves, that was always my favourite one.
One of the early ones.
Yeah, an early adopter. They'll be asking his coach how to deal with this one now, because Mikulic isn't quite finding his range. It's quite obvious, and he's now gone through the repertoire quite rapidly of what to do next. Can he just get some simple shots on the board, get that front leg activated? Now, the reason for this 2 points being taken away, the 2 points scored, and then the Kazakh fighter Omar Ali steps out of the mat. The coach's contention that he scored the points while he was still in the mat. Video review juror agrees.
Chong,
So back go on the points, 9-2 for Omar Ali,
stand up.
whose good beginning is
Come jump.
merging into an excellent middle part of the match. Finishing straight lies ahead, but even with an 8-point lead against someone like Mikulic, who's so powerful, you know the points can be added on quickly. They just haven't been so far.
And oftentimes we talk about people who are new to the sport. For those that do the sport, maybe they've been competing already this week, or they're Taekwondo practitioners, they'll know that before the kick, and after the kick. If we're watching Omar Ali before the kick, he's stock steady, he's watching what he's doing, he then kicks and makes sure there's no spaces. Ivan Mikulic, before the kick, he's trying to rush into it. That's a lovely double kick. After the kick, stepping out, stepping backwards and getting caught on the way out. The reason for that, the desire to get through. So the desire is overcoming his obvious talents.
So if you were coaching him right now, John, the message that you want to tell him is what?
Simple, calm down. The triple kick techniques, still a bit early. Get the front leg going. Try and maybe stamp your authority quite literally, like that. Create little spaces through faking. And then obviously once you get your opponent into a bit of trouble, keep it going. At least create gam jumps, at least make it a physical battle. Ivan Mikulic is younger, fitter, I would venture stronger, but not getting to use any of those attributes.
Essentially all the component parts he has, it's just the mix not quite right.
All the right kicks, just not in the right order.
Yep.
But the reason for that, Nishan Omar Ali in the Kazakh corner, adept, very calm. Mikulic still has time here, plenty of time.
From Split in Croatia on the Dalmatian coast. It's a famous place, John. It's full of Roman history. It's where the gardens of Diocletian were so well maintained, all 1,700 years ago or so. It's some legacy.
Apparently there's 101 things to do in Dalmatian.
I haven't been myself, but that must be a process, ticking them off for the tourists and for anyone enjoying those palaces back in the hometown of Ivan Mikulic.
Yeah, and I know you get a really good send-off from the club in Croatia. That's better. That little front leg short kick. Easy to say get a couple more of those, but if he can get a couple more of those, he's back in the game. But Nishan Omar Ali, more than aware of. If you watch him, he's always, as soon as the foot leaves the ground, he reacts.
Stand up.
Gam jump foot striking below the belt for Mikulic. So even if he is going to settle and find his form, he's against the clock to do it. 9 points down. The winner goes through to a bronze medal match.
For the first time, Ivan Mikulic just beginning to breathe heavily, and hence the attack from Omar Ali. He's in there feeling it. good time to take a time out for the Croatian. He's worked extremely hard, and sometimes when, well, we all know it in life, you're doing a lot of work and nothing seems to be working for you. That's the situation that Mikulic finds. Couldn't be working any harder, couldn't be doing any more. Just 45 seconds now. He's going to have to throw it all out there. He's just going to have to finish his Paralympic journey in style. And you just saw, well, I just saw the Kazakh coach just jump up and do a little front hooking kick. That's probably the advice now. He's going to come at you like a train. Don't go back.
Yeah. Been a world champion back in 2015, Ivan Mikulic. He's the Tokyo silver medalist at the Paralympic Games. Up against it to continue that record of his here in Paris. Nishan Omirali, the man very much in the hot seat right now. 45 seconds away from the end of this fight. He knows what's coming. Nothing just yet. Best form of attack for Omirali. The best form of defense is to attack, and he gets more points, and again he adds scores.
And he does exactly what the coach said.
Steps out for one, but there are gamjons which he can afford to burn. 14 points the difference, and it keeps on going. And there is so much an air of it just not being Ivan Mikulic's day. Most certainly Nishan Omirali's day. And he gives it a kia towards the end. He signs it off. A breathless 5 minutes. Ivan Mikulic trying everything in the playbook. And Nishan Omirali still sailing into the distance.
And Omirali coming into that one, Jack would have thought this is going to be a really difficult match to get my game plan in. But he managed it there. He was really, really good. Ivan Mikulic, again, effort, intensity, desire to do it, but just everything was nullified at the right time by Nishan Omirali.
Of the People's Republic of Korea up against Luis Mario Najera of Mexico.
Yeah, Ju Jong-hun and Luis Najera will know each other very well indeed. Both world level operators, and Ju Jong-hun really one for the watching, a great entertainer.
Please welcome your referees.
And of course the referees will be keeping their eye on that over the 5 minutes. Just to, if you are brand new to the sport, kick to the body for 2 points. Back kick will get you 3. And a spinning kick will get you 4. And the judges are in position. The referee's got his battery pack back on. So he's fully charged and ready to go. A little smirk there from his colleagues. Nothing like sympathy. In fact, nothing like sympathy. 5 minutes to decide. He'll be giving out any gamjoms. One perhaps for dropping the battery pack.
In blue, representing Republic of Korea,
Ju Jong-hun.
Ju Jong-hyun is going to make the day of a Taekwondo fan before the match has even begun. The Republic of Korea's bronze medalist from Tokyo 3 years ago. And even before arriving here this morning, he's been in the type of form to make others in the draw fearful. And anyone who caught one of his earlier matches today, when he opened up, it was more of the same. A technician of the highest order. There's a smoothness to the way this man is out on the mat, which is all down to the hours and hours of training and drilling that he's done in his career so far. Luis Mario Najera of Mexico trains and lives in Mexico City, 23 years of age.
At the 2024 Asian Championships.
And there's an element of flair to every Mexican taekwondoist, John. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, very much so. That it's the ability to enjoy the combat and then add the creativity. And Luis Najera has done that. He'll find that more difficult in this instance because across the map, Ju Jong-hun has all the skills to pay the bills as well. But that win against Abulfazl Abuzali will set him up nicely.
Konstantinos Kaloudis of Greece is the referee.
And I know that Kim Ye-sun, the coach of the Republic of the Korean team, they had them out at Dong-A University, Yongin University, and for Taekwondo aficionados, they are names to fear because those universities you're training 4 times a day. And if you follow his YouTube channel, you'll see him lying on the ground being hosed down with ice being thrown on him, Ju Jong-hun, because he'd worked so hard. And this is in 10 days before the games, pushing it to the absolute maximum. So anything done well looks easy. And Ju Jong-hun ice cool straight away with that pushing kick.
Ju Jong-hun into the action and starting to rock and roll with the head movement. The squats in the legs. He's making sure he's limber.
Luis Najera keeping his eye on him because the hypnotic style of movement, that in and out rhythm, and you mentioned the head movement and shoulder movement, that gives your eyes a lot to look at, and then you're having to focus on what might be coming up off the ground. So Ju Jong-hun, a master of that, but Luis Najera doing quite well now, beginning to hold the centre a bit more. That's a good shot from the Mexican, well blocked by Ju.
Blocked again by Najera.
Kesok Tokate do the same thing. The call from Kim Ye-sun, the coach in the corner. Keep the rhythm. He'd switched off for a second there, Ju Jong-hun. And Luis Najera will be looking for those little moments, those little lapses.
High quality. A couple of semi-finals in this weight class. The winner of this one through to the gold medal contest, of course, and that loser goes through to a bronze medal match. Doubling up, then another 2. Rapid fire scoring. So timeout called, and a chance for Mexican minds to work together and plot the way back. That was quick work from Ju.
Very good. Credit where it's due, because that jumping double that popped onto the body there, Janet Alegria, London Olympian, in the Mexican corner. Kim Ye-sun, of course, in the Republic of Korean corner. These initial kicks, you can see the smoothness of the technique. But there was one little high jumping technique. This one here, jump and follow down and then step out. When they then react, back kick, perfect. Absolutely perfect. So, Ju Jong-hun, textbook stuff. And we don't always go into the backstory of the Taekwondo athletes, but it is opposite in this case, because Ju Jong-hun began Taekwondo in middle school and high school in Korea, fought in the Olympic, as so to say, non-disabled Taekwondo group, was in there for 10 years, so all of that was in his legs. He's got all of that muscle memory, stepped out of the sport for 7 years. When it was then brought into the Paralympic Games, came back, and it's given him a renewed focus and a renewed shot at, well, Paralympic glory. Luis Najera, of course, steeped in the sport as well. Training out in Mexico, they train prodigiously hard, and that training paying off there.
A number of hours that go into So much of the training for these folks at this level, massive. But headshot, it seems.
Janet Allegria would agree with you. I think it hit the arm, and hence, and the referee's actually doing a really good thing here. He's doing Janet Allegria a bit of a solid here, having it replayed.
Kick it goes accidentally. Video replay. Check the kick if it's accidentally or intentionally in the head.
So what my view of it, it hits the arm, then knocks the head back.
Play, intentional or unintentional.
So that's good work from the ref. But Janet Allegria was straight up with that card there. But you were mentioning the amount of hours that go into it. There's the old, the 10,000 hours principle that people talk about. Both of these athletes will be training 2 times a day minimum, 3 times a day probably. And the level of training that they'll have done to come into this one. Training camps all over the world. The Mexican team were in Korea. The Korean team were training all over the world. And it is there, unsuccessful. It definitely hit the arm. Didn't hit the head, but that training makes it look easy. It's the old one, train hard, fight easy.
Nagayeda starting to get this fight really moving.
Step back.
Speed, take a breath, sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, the voice of Janet Allegria, the gesticulation as well. She lives and breathes every moment with her fighters, doesn't she?
She certainly does, literally lives and breathes there. There's a little stamp in the foot there from Ju Jung Hun. Good work from the ref, spotted that one, but respira, take a breath, try and recover, because it's not an insurmountable lead.
Yeah, and it gets reduced by 2 from Nagayeda.
We'll keep moving. The call from the Republic of Korea coach, Kim Ye-sun.
Stuck the stick in the wheel spokes of his opponent, Nagayeda. He was 7-1 down, remember. Dragged himself back off the mat to equal this up.
And the fight within the fight as well now, Jack, the psychology of it. When you've had that big advantage, you've hit them with the double, the jumping back kick, and they're still there, 7-all. You now can no longer go to the entertainment playbook and show off what I can do. You've now got to get back to the basic movements. And Luis Nagayeda has done really, really well here.
What's the reaction going to be from Ju? Is going into your shell in Taekwondo a bad thing, John? And is that what maybe we're seeing from Ju?
Not so much getting into his shell, because that would forfend some sort of, trepidation if I'm going to do it. It's actually into his own head where he's thinking, that wasn't working. I was doing really well. I was flowing. His shoulders have now got tight. He's now looking a little bit uncertain as to what he's doing. And Luis Nagayeda is saying, okay, good, this is my time now to start annoying you. Because if he can just stay busy, the Mexican's moving more. The step through back kick, that sign there, to put your hands out, that's a sign of concern that, that should have scored. So just a little bit of a psychological battle happening now.
Into the last 30 seconds as well. So the major moves to take this match, this semi-final, and book a gold medal contest about to be played out. Last 10. Mexico and Korea staring each other down. And Ju comes forward again to try and land these final points. Nagayeda returns fire, gives as good as he's got. And We're going to go into a golden round.
And Jack, in that one, Luis Najera's earned every bit of this. He's put everything he's got into it here, because at one stage he was not outclassed, but there was moments of magic there from Zhu, and he could easily have got into his own head and lost his confidence. He hasn't. Janet Allegria, as you rightly mentioned, she's always there giving instructions, she's always there, and what she was saying was breathe. Now, if you actually literally do that, it calms you down. And what happened then is he calmed down and got back to it bit by bit, created gamjoms, 4 of them, through his work. And Zhu, by way of contrast, now has to find that 50-50 shot. It's toss of a coin shot for both now. And to clarify, in this golden score round, whoever gets 2 points is through to the final of the Paralympic Games.
Just a minute in duration, and it stops when the first points are on the board from a kick.
Step back, step back.
Zhu in the blue and Najera in the red. Here we go. Place in the Paralympic final for the winner. Najera's the first to fly out with a shot. Well read by Zhu. He now comes in for the clinch. Nothing landing. Both legs clattering into each other, and there goes Zhu into the trunk. It's going to be scored by Najera. Out of the exchange, out of the flurry of feet, Luis Mario Najera has found a way. He was on the cusp of being knocked out of the gold medal contention, but instead it's he who goes through to fight for it.
And Jack, I would venture one of the reasons for that, the expert coaching there. Janet Allegria kept him calm in the key moments, found the big shots when he needed to, dealt with the intimidating presence of Zhu and the slick skills, kept it about basics, picked that shot off, and Zhu Junghun will now need to pick himself up now as he tries to go for a second bronze medal at the Paralympics.
Et voici maintenant la prochaine demi-finale dans la catégorie des féminines de plus de 65 kilos.
Next up is semi-final number 1 for the women's plus 65 kilo category.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
Uzbekistan's Guljanoi Naimova, the number 1 seed, up against Brazil's Débora Menezes.
The referee's coming in. The judges add on any extra points if you're doing a spin kick. The electronic sensors score the kicks automatically. 2 for kick into the body, 3 for a back kick, or 4 for a spin. If you get any penalties from the centre referee, 10 of those, you lose the match.
In blue, representing Uzbekistan,
Guljanoi Naimova.
Guljanoi Naimova of Uzbekistan. She's the number 1 seed for a reason. She's very, very good. Paralympic champion 3 years ago. And in her opening of the account in Paris earlier today, it was an array of all sorts. Every type of attacking technique was used at one point to dethrone Eleni Papamastopoulou.
in red, representing
Easy for you to say.
Brazil, Débora Menezes.
Plenty of syllables in that one. And Débora Menezes of Brazil, full of fun and joy when she steps onto the mat. And that's a big part of her success as well, as the Brazil flag flies for her. She was a silver medalist 3 years ago, which means that she lost to Naimova in the final. It's a rerun of 3 years previously, this time in the semi-final. Quarter-final win over Santiago Moreno, only by a small margin. Elizaveta Tarasevic will oversee those small margins in this one.
Yeah, checking, they've got the mouth guards in, they put the head guards on, they've got face shields on them as well. Athletes sometimes debating as to whether they're helpful or a hindrance. And then there's the body protector, arm guards they wear, leg guards, groin guard, of course. And they'll be on guard in this one. That warm embrace, as you mentioned, they know each other oh so well, so game plans will be ready.
Menezes of Brazil in the red and Naimova of Uzbekistan in the blue. There's the back kick, which she can score on against, well, anyone it seems, any size. She uses it against taller opponents particularly, but right from the off against Menezes. Back kick will score you 3, of course.
As you mentioned that, Jack, there are sensors also on the soles of the feet of the fighters and on the instep, so you have to hit with good impact and contact. There's a different threshold for each weight category. Obviously, the heavier weights, the harder you need to hit.
Here we are at the plus 65 kilogram weight class in the women's division.
Deborah Menezes is doing the right things here, maintaining that distance and then trying to get in with that right leg. She knows all about Guljanoi Naimova's skills. And one of the kicks that Naimova tries to do, apart from the back kick on the counter, is a kick where she puts the leg out and then drags it down the body. It's a drag shot down, that we would call it in Taekwondo. She's very adept at it. But so far, the Brazilian returning the favour with Menezes.
Nothing landing with enough meaning right now from either of the two. They've had a testament to the defensive skills on display as well. And John, that's the kick you were talking about.
Exactly that, just forced it out, dragged it across the protector. Deborah Menezes, I think, just feeling the back of her calf here. So that's a muscle, maybe a clash of legs. She'll be hoping it's a clash of legs. You can walk them off, you can shake them off. If it is a muscle injury, Victor Munoz, the World Taekwondo doctor, will try and work some magic. It's the magic spray. I'm sure we've all used that on occasions.
If there were medals given out for fans in Paris, well, Uzbekistan would be in the top 3, definitely. They'd be on the podium. Probably put the French in there as well, I think. They've been brilliant, Uzbekistan fans.
Yeah, I agree with you on that in terms of a fan podium. The Uzbeks always bring in the atmosphere. And of course, France enjoying so much success here at these Paralympic Games. The Brazilians not slow either when it comes to a part of Team Turkey as well. And they'll all be celebrating tonight because it's been a super exhibition at these Paralympic Taekwondo Games. But yeah, there's something not right about the muscle for Menezes.
Back up again, and Rodrigo Fela concerned, as you would be, about what comes next.
Yeah, if you pull your calf, there's 2 or 3 things. If it's your Achilles, you're not getting up. If you've got a calf strain, you can maybe get it wrapped and taped and try and, you know, hobble your way through this. But if it's a complete tear, it could be a very difficult decision now for both fighter and the medics. But the head guard's going back on.
Time after time in these Paralympic Games, we've seen people even carrying injuries onto the mat, just put the head guard back on and go again.
I was actually talking to the Federation about, as they take a little time out here, you can see the limp off to the mat. Georgi Nikoladze from Georgia, similar situation. I've actually spoke to the Federation saying we should have some sort of warrior award for that fighting spirit. I think he's up there. Manesse is not far behind now with her desire.
Yeah, the combativity award or such like.
I like it.
In some sports, doesn't it?
I like it.
Maybe the Nikoladze from now on.
Nicknamed Nikoladze, but Deborah Manesse is here. Obviously, she knew coming into this Naimova's a real problem. As you mentioned, the repeat of the Paralympic final. But Rodrigo Ferla is asking her, well, it looks like, are you able to do it and take on this tactical information? And she's up for it.
So that timeout, something extra to seize the blow of the injury sustained. It's not so much walking off an injury, it's just carrying on with an injury right now.
Exactly, Jack, and especially when you're up on your toes for the footwork element of it. One encouraging sign, she took the steps one at a time there. Sometimes when you take a step and step on the same step, so some signs that it might have eased off. It could be cramp as well.
Minutes remaining and 3 behind Menezes. She's such a competitor, a sportswoman across so many sports. She's played futsal for 12 years before moving into Taekwondo, sitting volleyball as well, para-athletics. She's done it all, really. Taekwondo, she's achieved so many things. World champion from back in 2019 as well, the Brazilian.
And you mentioned that sporting pedigree, that quality, that athletic intelligence will be needed now to try and manage this situation. She's doing well to hang in there. The same drag down shot again attempted by Guljanoi. That's to kick towards the protector and then drag your instep down it. It gives a more sustained contact on the protector. But Menezes is actually managing the time well here, still in the contest.
They're both penalised for avoiding the fight. Points gap stays as it is, of 3. Menezes slightly overextending herself for the discomfort that she's feeling. Scores from that exchange.
Bobra Kuziev, the coach, delighted. Not as much, of course, as Guljanai Naimova, because she's now put it into a more dangerous zone. Before Menezes could stand and wait, it was only 3 points, maybe pick off a gam, John, pull it back a little bit. The Brazilian now has to come forward. And now it'll be a true test as she pushes off on that calf. Will she be able to do that? And as she does that, the back kick from the fighter in blue, formidable.
Yeah, I haven't seen that since the opening stages. But it's always there, especially when it's the counter and your opponent's coming for you. As we see here. And she leans in, makes it safe for herself. Semi-final of the Paralympic Games here. It's not something where unnecessary chance is going to be taken from Naimova. There's not a single chance she needs to take, not a single point she needs to score more when Menezes is in the situation she's in, not at full fitness.
And this
is
still
dangerous.
Yeah, still dangerous, you're right, and still very professional from Naimova. That's now 4, 5, 6 times she's come into the clinch, closed it down, and then just as Menezes tries to reset, picks one off, and that could be the ball game in this one, because the Brazilian as game as she has been, it's an uphill battle with one calf. And at the top of that mountain, Guljanay Naimova landing the big shots. Might be a bit high there with that one.
Gamjon against Naimova, so 9 plays 2 as the last 30 seconds arrives. Good shot from Menezes, good power behind the turning kick. Seemingly getting more and more further away from her injury, and if only this match lasted longer, or if only she had more time to rest, she might be able to be back to full strength, but 22 seconds remaining.
There's a little nod there from Naimova to say, okay, are you coming or not? Because Menezes, Gamjon given there against Naimova, but Menezes will have to try and come back for a bronze possibility.
So Naimova steadily and strongly marching towards the final. Paralympic champion back in Tokyo with a second shot. 3 years on, she has done what she came for so far today. And she's impressed by Deborah Menezes. And the good news is that Menezes, seemingly, given the way she's recovered in that match, at least when she was out on the mat, although hobbling heavily now, is that she should, we hope, be able to take her place in a bronze medal contest. Guljanay Naimova will be in the gold medal contest, and so will these gentlemen here. They have brought the drums, they've brought the percussion instruments as well, and they'll be making the loudest of noises in the final for their fighter, Guljanay Naimova.
Deborah Menezes is obviously limping there, but showing that she's okay to the crowd. She'll be back for the bronze, I'm sure. Some running repairs needed once the adrenaline wears off. She'll know exactly the extent of the injury. Guljanay Naimova, you mentioned the percussion of the fans in the crowd. She'll be looking to put a beat down in the final. We're getting close to that. Medal matches now.
Place maintenant à notre troisième demi-finale dans la catégorie messieurs de plus de 80 kilos.
And next we have the men's first semi-final plus 80 kilo category.
Veuillez accueillir vos armées.
Next up, it's the semi-final in the men's over 80 kilogram category. Ahmed Hagshenas of the Islamic Republic of Iran against Matt Bush of Great Britain.
Yeah, and it should be a real heavyweight contest, of course. Hence, we have the heavyweight judges. 3 of them in the blazers. They're in charge of adding extra points for any spinning kicks. And the centre referee in the white shirt is in charge of any penalties. 10 penalties, you lose the match. Penalties for running away, falling over, or lifting your leg without the intention to kick. But the intention to kick from both men now as they kick towards the Paralympic final.
Ahmed Hagshenas of the Islamic Republic of Iran from Isfahan. Someone who forced his way into this stage. He was belligerent in his quarter-final. Nothing would deter him from his target, and he's here now to go again. Champion at the Asian Para Games last year, the world champion from back in 2021 in Istanbul. Now let's run through Matt Bush's to-do list today. It started with becoming a Paralympian. Well, he did that in his quarter-final. Now it's about what comes next. A shot at a gold medal contest? That would do nicely.
Two-time European Championship medalist.
He should have made his debut at the Paralympic Games 8 years ago when he was Britain's top male thrower in the F46 javelin. A shoulder injury prevented him then. He then switched to Taekwondo, became world champion, but then couldn't go to Tokyo due to injury again. All those near misses. Not forgotten about, but put behind him today. He's achieved the Paralympic status that for so long he has been looking for. Now it's about how much better can today get. And the venue doesn't get much better than this, does it?
Yeah, perfect occasion for them to fight here for a chance to get to the Paralympic final. They've met up one time before in the Asian Championships back in 2019. Hakshinas came out on top 14-12, but Matt Bush, a different fighter since then. And he's got the success of the World Championships, most recently in Mexico, under his belt. And one of the things when we see for the first time the sensor socks on the feet, they're trying to kick to the body for 2 points. You're not allowed to kick to the head, and it's the twisting kick in with a shout for Matt so far.
It's a Bush off and running. Very different frame to his opponent than in his last match in the quarterfinal, for those of you that may have caught that following Matt Bush's progress. It's against Idrissa Keita of Senegal, and Keita towered over him, and even in the heavyweight division that says something. But he managed to find the way through to fight the right kind of tactical match, and again against Hakshinas. He furrows his brow and he keeps on coming at you. Andrew Deere, the coach for Matt Bush.
Well, exchange of pleasantries there as the referee kicks a bug off the mat. That was good. Good kicking stills from the ref there. But you mentioned that the height of Keita that he dealt with, and it's now a different challenge favouring him or facing him. As Hakshinas, the shorter fighter, loves to work in at the close distance here, and for that reason Matt Bush defence all the way.
There's the power of the Iranian. Not necessarily a well-balanced attack either, but such was the force coming through his hip. Still scored.
Good little twisting kick there from Matt Bush in the inside. So, as you rightly said there, Jack, a big power shot scores from the Iranian, then the subtlety of Matt Bush. A bit of a fight breaking out here in the Grand Palais.
Doubling up goes Hakshinas. The tougher things get out there, you sense the more he enjoys himself. Hamed Hakshinas is an engineer away from the Taekwondo arena. 6'5", so he's built a good score and a lead, but Bush now looking to respond.
He's engineered a bit of doubt in Matt Bush's mind as well. For as tall and strong as the mighty Bush is, he's having to deal with Hakshinas, who is always looking out under his eyes, just ready for a scrap when he can, because he's up for this one, and as we know, Saturday night's all right for fighting.
And Bush goes ahead, 7-6. Hakshinas replies, but Bush with the counter. All of a sudden, 3 points the difference. Here defenders on for anyone under one. That kind of noise in the Grand Palais, it cascades down, and it's ringing in the ears right now of Matt Bush and Hakshinas, no doubt about it. Further ahead he goes. The big man from Wales, from St Clear in Carmarthenshire. Wearing the right colour of trunk protector, isn't he? Halfway through, and called to a halt at that point. Entertaining enough for us, John Cullen.
Absolutely right, Jack, because what you were saying there about the noise ringing in the ears as we see the youngster there in the crowd, it's the noise of Andrew Deere that has come out clear for Matt Bush, because he's saying to him, take your time, you don't need to rush into this, let that ferocity out as and when. Andrew Deere, of course, Commonwealth champion, European medalist as well, the coach in the corner, and that ice pack is a good symbol. He's kept a cool head here, has Matt Bush, and that's given him a decent lead. But we know that Hakshinas, difficult now for the Iranian. Of course, he has Payman Kanlarkari in his corner, highly experienced coach. But now the Iranian, the shorter of the two, has to now come across the mat against the taller of the two.
He's got a cool head, as you say, John, but what stands out about Matt Bush is also he's extremely level-headed as well. disappointments he's had around the Paralympic Games don't really bother him too much. He's not hung up on them. Paris is his #1 goal right now, and the next 2.5 minutes are right in front of him. But he says that as soon as today is over, there'll be another goal tomorrow. In Taekwondo, in business, in life, whatever comes next. But when you've got Ahmed Hagshinas right in front of your face, 2 meters, he rather takes up your attention.
No, you're right, he's got that sanguine personality, that calm and cool, and it's paying off at the moment because he's picked up another front leg, and that gam jump for slipping. Hagshinas is okay there, he's just dejected because he thinks, oh, that's another point I've given away, as the youngster looks on.
That point gap now, very significant. 10 for 2 minutes to go. Bush with the twist kick into the trunk. Hagshinas can accrue the points quickly, though. We've seen that already.
And this is where Matt Bush's intelligence, there's obviously a physicality. You can see he's a tall fighter, he's a strong fighter, he's a very smart fighter. And that's the thing that's sometimes underestimated about Matt Bush. He's got good tactics, doesn't give away cheap shots, and that's going to be crucial because Hagshinas is going to try and get in close like that and crack these shots underneath the guard. Still time for the reining, of course.
Doesn't score with that one. Certainly clattered the trunk protector enough, but not for the power threshold to be exceeded. 90 seconds remaining. They've done a lot of travelling in this one, these two already. They laid their cards on the table early.
This is better from Ahmed Hagshinas, at least get some penalty points on the board. And that's good from Matt Bush. He killed a few seconds there with the, will we have a high five or not? But it's the high score from the man in red that's counting at the moment.
And the evade as well after that, the in and out from Matt Bush. Teasing the attack out of Hagshinas, who has to attack. 7 points the difference. 4 points the maximum single score in para taekwondo for a spinning kick to the trunk, remember. No shots to the head, so he can't go up there. Bush just pushes that front foot back again and just takes 2 more out of things, and this is the 9-point gap, which puts him in the driving seat going into these final stages, and Hagshinas rocked back.
It's an insurmountable lead now. Matt Bush has done his job. Hagshinas has come forward. He's walked into the big power shots from Matt Bush, and he's going to walk back and get a rest now. Might as well take the chance. Or is it going to be a video review card? Yeah, I think there's going to be a video review card by Paiman Kanlar-Kali. Let's have a listen.
So, video replay. Don't call request, no counting because of pushing.
So asking then that the British player push the Iranian player onto the mat. So did he fall or was he pushed? Is the question.
Request for no com jump. Com jump was given to the wrong opponent.
So did Matt make him end up on the mat? That's the question. And of course it's a time-wasting tactic as well. 1 point won't make too much of a difference now, but to try and catch the breath now for Ahmed Hagshinas before one last chip in charge towards that Paralympic final. Jack, that's what they're looking for up here in the top right. They may or may not catch it.
Yeah, big screens for those in the arena. Hagshinas will be able to look up if he wants to. Can't pass it. So 12 points the difference it will remain for 33 seconds. It's a steepling mountain to climb for Hagshinas.
Yeah, the referee had said stop there, so if you say stop, which is Calio, and then you kick, it'll be a penalty. So Matt Bush in match management mode here, and that's a really good push kick. There's a fly look at the time there, and it's looking good for the big Brit in red.
Good position to be in for Matt Bush, as comfortable as it can get in a semi-final of the Paralympic Games. against a hard-charging Iranian such as Ahmed Hagshanas. But the Welshman in control, and fine moments for Matt Bush. The game plan can now shift to the gold medal match later tonight. He started today achieving something that he's waited a long time to do, and the day keeps on getting better for Great Britain's Matt Bush. Ahmed Hagshanas, we'll see more of him, and we'll look forward to that as well in the bronze medal contest.
Yeah, and he was very good value, Matt Bush there. Was conservative when he needed to boot, when he was creative also when the opportunity came. And he dominated the centre of the ring here in the Grand Palais. He'll be back for the Grand Prix, and he'll be back for the big gold. Can he take the Paralympic title? He looked good there, Jack. He looked very good value for it indeed. More of the same will be the call.
You see Matt Bush later on tonight in the Grand Palais. He'll get to step down the grand staircase as well. What a moment that will be. Ali Reza Bakht of the Islamic Republic of Iran now up against Asadbek Toshtemyrov of Uzbekistan.
For men's -80 category.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
So, of course, as Bakht and Toshtemyrov make their way back into the arena now for the chance to go towards the big one. On the men's -80s, the judges are coming in, and they're important to add any extra points for spinning techniques. There are sensors on the socks of the fighters. They hit the protector, they will score 2. If they do a back kick, they'll get 3. A spin, they'll get 4. If they hit the floor, run away, or kick each other in the leg, the referee will give them a penalty.
In blue, representing Islamic Republic of Iran,
Ali Reza Bakht.
Ali Reza Bakht, the Taekwondoist from Tehran, with a penchant for savouring the moment. Every time he steps into the arena, he stops, looks around, and then gets going. He's from the Bushehr province in the south of the country, where the warm waters of the Persian Gulf lap onto the shores of Iran. And from there to Paris, he's made his way to this semi-final. But Asadbek Toshtemyrov stands in his way. A man as composed as he looks and as dangerous as anyone in the weight class. And these fans are dangerous as well, dangerous to the eardrums. They make one heck of a din. But the drum beats for Toshtemyrov whenever he's on the mat. Andres Molina was beaten, well beaten. 22-5 in the first encounter.
Maxime Goss will run the rule over this one. 2 jobs then for Ali Reza Bakht to try and silence that Tashkent musical accompaniment and also deal with Toshtemyrov. They'll know each other extremely well, of course, from the same region in terms of Paralympic Taekwondo. But as we've spoken about, Jack, that regions are all mixed and allowing everyone to fight against each other to develop the grassroots to bring them here to the elite.
They've been all tuning themselves up for 3 years, travelling the circuit, and Toshtemyrov looking in particularly good form. But Ali Reza Bakht was battle-hardened by his encounter. He had to go in the quarter-final all the way to a golden round, and that's when he turned it on. So someone who hasn't really been tested in his first match earlier today, to someone who was stress-tested to the nth degree. And Ali Reza Bakht came through that, and he has come through with the first 2 points in this.
Reza has backed himself so far. He's been aggressive, holding in that centre, right on the Paralympic Paris 2024 logo there. Not giving an inch. And that's a good shot underneath, though, from Tostemirov, adapting to that distance.
As coach Bobur Kazuev. Issuing a few instructions to his man, but he knows that the world champion from last year has a decent idea of how to problem solve on the hoof.
And he's going to have to, you mentioned that, you've got to be self-coaching at this elite level. He's got a few problems in the form of Alireza Bak, but Azadbek doing okay so far. And of course, the fighter in red. Sometimes you'll hear us talking about front leg and back leg. That's the one furthest away, that's the back leg, and that one that scored a second ago was a twisting kick, just like a kind of hook in boxing, to turn your knee over and go the opposite way of a natural turning kick.
If you're teaching Taekwondo to someone who's just setting out in it, what's the principal attack that you want to make sure they've got absolutely sorted from a technique perspective?
Principal attack, of course, begins with the stance. So if you look at both players, they've got this perfect stance. They look weighted. The weight from the Iranian slightly on the back, a little bit too much on the back there from Tostemirov. The referee's telling him to get going. So you start with your stance, then you use that stance to create distance, and then what everybody needs is a good front leg, like a boxer's jab, to keep them at distance. And then you're looking to be creative, just as Tostemirov was there, to see that basic kick coming and kick underneath it with the back leg. But basically, stance, distance, front leg, that's the fundamentals.
That goes under the guard. The back leg turning kick from Alireza Bak. 9-5 when the first halt to proceedings is called for. Tostemirov 4 points up.
Yeah, and as Alireza Bak comes back to his coach here, it's a problem. There's abrasive back legs blasting into his body. There's a pattern emerging now for Tostemirov. It's not just the beat of the drum, it's the beat to the body. It's made the difference so far. You mentioned the fundamental kicks, of course. These athletes are at the elite level. There's the twisting kick to the body, changing it around. And then it's been that big back leg boot to the body that's made the difference so far. That 4-point deficit, pretty useful, to be fair. It's not, you're not going to have to see Alireza Bak come out and go against character. He's going to have to go against type and come out going for spins to try and silence this crowd. Good luck.
Exactly, yeah. Neutrals getting swept up into the Uzbekistan bandwagon. Now backed. Looking to play against character if things stay as they are. Raise, turn the dial up. Surprised no points came out of that exchange.
And he had a right long look at the scoreboard there. There was something not quite right.
Still looking at it as well. Backed.
So he's asking the coaches to do the same. That's a big mistake. Switched off. The scoreboard cannot kick you, no matter what's happening in the crowd. He's now giving away another 2 plus the Gamjon. Both fighters are saying there's something wrong with the scoreboard. So what now to be done for the Iranian coach to try and explain this?
If there is anything wrong, John, as we listen to this. If there is anything wrong, John, Can those points that were accrued after the problem be taken off, or will they stay?
I don't think they can, because obviously we're not...
Coach request to invalidate gum jump for kick after Calio.
So that was the last action, let's say. So
coach request validation the kick after Calio.
So after Calio means stop. So if you kick after the referee says stop, this one can be overturned. Absolutely understand. What quite was the point of consternation for Alireza back? We couldn't see.
Yeah.
But both fighters at different points were pointing at the scoreboard. What can sometimes happen is that the clock can stop. There can also be a protector system issue. So Alireza back lost concentration, looked at the scoreboard, got kicked, gave away a gam jump. Only the last action there can be redressed. And even that's a slim chance. And Slim has just left town.
Scores stay as they are. Alireza backed. Whilst consternation was obvious and probably justified as well at the time, but concentration slipped off, and now Azadbek Toshtemurov with the type of bank balance that means he's the big favourite now to go through to the gold medal contest.
And it was a question you'd asked Jack about what's the fundamental technique to throw in terms of kicking. Fundamental is concentration before doing any of that. And as Alireza backed, inexplicably lost his concentration, lost his focus. It's not cost him the match, but it cost him the momentum.
Scrambling around to try and find that momentum again, but Toshtemurov not in the mood to sit back and defend. Is giving this everything he's got, and more actually. It's relentless from the Iranian. Toshtemurov with the back kick. 8 points the difference. And 12 seconds remaining. He's holding his own on the edge of the ring. Another trunk shot. Alireza backed, capable of scoring in a fury as he's done, but it's Toshtemurov who'd done the damage too early and too well. The world champion from last year has a chance to become the Paralympic champion a year on, and it's a success which everyone feels.
And speaking of feeling it, Toshtemurov was pushed. You can see him breathing heavily there. He's going to have to recover because Alireza back would not back down, wouldn't go away. So one thing's for sure, two things for certain. Azadbek Toshtemurov is going to have to recover, get his feet up, and hopefully get the noise up in the final from the fans.
Alireza back will be back for a bronze medal contest as well.
À la deuxième demi-finale des féminines de plus de 65 kilos.
And next up we have our semi-final women's plus 65 category.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your
Fernanda
referees.
Vargas of Mexico up against Amy Truesdale of Great Britain. The third seed plays the second seed in the semi-final.
Yeah, and 3 + 2 is 5, and that's the amount of minutes you've got to try and get your Paralympic gold medal matchup. 5-minute round inside that octagon. If you step out of that, you'll get a penalty. If you run away, you'll get a penalty. If you kick too low or fall over, you will also get that as well from the centre referee. They're in charge of the safety of the fighters, the judges, for the extra bonus points.
In blue, representing Mexico,
Fernanda Vargas Fernandez.
More Mexican representation in the Grand Palais. Fernanda Vargas from the capital city. Won a silver medalist at the World Championships last year.
2024 Pan America Para Championships.
Guess what? In that final, she lost to Amy Truesdale. So it's a renewal of the rivalry that we saw at the World Championships last year. She's a woman who only begun Taekwondo in 2022. 22-year-old star continues to rise. And she'll present an even more stern challenge for Amy Truesdale here in Paris. The hands out for Amy Truesdale. And she get the hands up from the rest of the arena. She's from Chester in England, and 3 years ago she won the bronze medal at the Paralympic Games. That was at 58 kilograms. The weight classes have changed since Tokyo. More athletes than ever at these Paralympic Games, and Amy Truesdale looking as good as ever in her encounter against Reje Akamach of Morocco. She won that convincingly. Jatapon Hemono of Thailand is the referee. So there's an experience gap, a significant one in this contest, John, with Vargas just taking up the sport in the last 2 years, and Amy Truesdale having been acting and competing at this level for so long. She competed in the first ever World Championships for Para Taekwondo back in 2009. Age 35 now, going for a Paralympic gold medal if she can get that. This is the semi-final, and this is what it's all about. Amy Truesdale of Great Britain in the red, and Fernanda Vargas of Mexico in the blue.
It's a big back leg from Amy Truesdale. You mentioned that first ever World Championships. She was competing long before that. I've actually had the pleasure to coach against her when she fought in the Olympic style of Taekwondo as well. So she's got a long, long resume, as does Andrew Deere, the coach in the corner. Commonwealth champion, European medalist as well. But she's got that quickness off the spot as Amy Truesdale, as she lands that excellent left leg to the body. That's worth 2, and that's a perfect start for Truesdale.
We knew she was in good form coming into Paris. She turned up at the European Championships in May, won the competition. That formed her passage to Paris. And she's just kicked on from there. What a start this is.
Yeah, kicked on and kicked into the body there. Goes with the back kick, letting out all the skill straight away. Good response there from Fernanda Vargas. Puts 2 on the board. And the Mexican, of course, you mentioned that World Championship final in Veracruz. It was 5-2 to Amy Truesdale overall. Already 6-2 early in this one. And a sign of intent from the British fighter in red. What to do now for Vargas, but time in which to do it.
Counter shot again from Truesdale after the turning kick from the Mexican. She's anticipating well. She's moving well. Just changes the angle there. Keep Vargas thinking. The amount of inputs that both the onboard computers of these two are processing the whole time. It's an extraordinary amount of things that they're picking up on, John, and some of the things that they're looking at that might be hard to see for us. What would they be?
Well, of course, those processors running at the maximum speed from Amy Truesdale. She started off strongly. In Taekwondo, it's about kicking and moving further forward there. That 3-point back kick from Amy Truesdale. Hence, moving out of the coaching box here, Maria Espinosa, world and Olympic champion for Mexico, one of the legends of the game. She's called back Vargas. Amy Truesdale, true to form. She's throwing the back kicks, she's throwing the left legs, and she's throwing the game plan of the Mexican right out the window here in the Grand Palais. The things that you asked about, what the fighters are looking at, which kick to do, when to do it, and from what distance. Now, that distance is always changing because your opponent is always moving. So you have to anticipate and or move them. You have to kick where they are going to be. Amy Truesdale has mastered that. When we see it in slow motion, the sensors on the socks marry up to the body, you get 2 points. And there's a perfect back kick here. When you turn your body 180, you'll get 3.
Make some noise in 3, 2.
That's what's built this Truesdale lead for 11-3. And the yellow card next to her name, by the way, it's a single penalty point. You're allowed to give away 9 before things get really serious, and 10 gamjons and you will be disqualified from a particular match. We're a long way from that, of course, but every point, yellow point you give away, it's a point to your opponent, but that's really been the only pickings that Fernanda Vargas has been able to gain here. 15-3 now as Truesdale treads forward.
Looking for more intensity there. Maria Espinosa saying go for it, push. But every time she tries to push, it's that push kick back from Amy Truesdale.
Back kick from Truesdale does land, so she goes up to 18. And yes, points taken by Vargas as well in the exchange.
Very impressed with both Fernanda Vargas' intensity and desire, because you eat 2 back kicks, there's 3, even though that one didn't score. Zero fun. Back kicks will knock the wind right out of you. They'll knock the ambition right out of you. But Fernanda Vargas hanging on in there. On the other side of the mat, Amy Truesdale, these techniques just like that, the full extension, the ability to hit the sole of the foot off the protector, either on the front leg, the one closest to, or in the back leg with that back kick. Can't ask for better.
She's made of tough stuff, Vargas. She's risen to the top of her continental level already. Become a major contender on a world level and at this Paralympic level as well. It's only been Amy Truesdale on top of her game that has kept the score as it is, that has made it look like this. Vargas with not many answers to the questions that Truesdale's posing. Last minute of the semi-final. Truesdale aiming to follow on from Matt Bush's lead and make it through to the gold medal contest.
Yeah, Maria Espinosa, the coach in the corner for Mexico, saying throw your back leg, throw your back leg. At the third time of asking, Fernanda Vargas does and backs up Amy Truesdale slightly, but time and quality against the Mexican here, because Amy Truesdale imperious here in the centre in the Grand Palais.
All fingernails still intact for Great British Taekwondo fans. No need for worry with Truesdale in this kind of form. Seconds will tick down here. The gold medal match will be an entirely different affair, but she's managed this one perfectly. Below the belt shot for Truesdale. That'll be a penalty against her. Vargas bouncing up from that. A few more points to add to the tally, and Truesdale true to form and right through to the Paralympic final. Amy Truesdale beholds what's in front of her. It's going to be a big night in the Grand Palais for Great Britain and Amy Truesdale.
And she's through to the final.
Yeah, and Jack shed a little look over to Andrew Deere, our coach, and a little nod to say it's exactly what we intended to do. The game plan was rock solid. Her performance really, really impressive. Puts herself into the final. And I think she's going to meet against somebody that she knows rather well.
Yeah, it will be the Kulgnajoy Naimova of Uzbekistan who will face Amy Truesdale in the final. The battle for gold will be an excellent one. Semi-finals continue at over 80 kilograms now, and Evan Medel of the USA in action up against Alexshab Ramazanov.
And both Medel and Ramazanov will not want to fall foul of the centre referee. And this 5-minute contest in the 8x8 octagon ring. 70,000 square metre arena here at the Grand Palais, but it's the 8x8 in the middle that we're focusing on. And the 3 judges will be focusing on any spinning techniques to add extra points. And the centre referee will be focusing on the safety of the players and any infringements of the rules. If they do that, they'll get a yellow card. 10 of those, it's game over.
In blue, representing United States of America,
Evan Medel.
Evan Medel of the USA from Grand Haven in Michigan, in the very north of the country. Boundless enthusiasm from this man for the sport. He has business on his mind, however. It's a gold medal that he stated is his objective, and it's only that achievement that will count for him here.
in red, neutral Paralympic athlete, Aliaskar Ramazanov.
Aliaskar Ramazanov, the neutral Paralympic athlete.
Former world champion in 2017.
He's been in good form today. Goodness me, he's looked impressive and in the mood. This should be a belter of a semi-final.
Yeah, much to look forward to in the clash of styles. Ramazanov will be happy to use that length that he's got. Evan Medel, very explosive. And there's the route through for our neutral Paralympic athlete. It's going to be a tougher route through to make it into the final.
Nigeria's Murad Lalan. The referee says gum shields in before we get going. Evan Medel, he works in a factory as a welder from 6 AM to 2 PM. Then he spends his hours away from that training. And he obviously is a man who can manage his time extremely well, because he looks in great nick here.
I'm surprised he wasn't involved in the reconstruction of the Grand Palais, because there's a lot of work done on the metal work here.
You never know, John. It's not officially been open to the public. We're allowed in here for the Paralympic Games, but I think it's 2025 when it reopens after the opening, so who knows. But Medel on show here. It's an exhibition space, and these two are the only expedition in town right now.
Nice little front leg to the body there, response there from Ramazanov. Pulls it back to a 3-point game. And he does have that reach advantage as he uses there. But Medel accurate on the way in. They're not wasting much time here.
7-4 already. Barely introduced the colours of each of these two. The fighter in red. Scored on again by Evan Medel. Won the bronze medal at Tokyo 3 years ago. The man from Michigan.
Won that with a broken foot in the -80 division. The semi-finals came through that, so made of tough stuff, not just the welder's instinct, but the fighter's instinct as well. But 2-point game now.
Concedes a couple of centimetres in height, Evan Medel, to Ramazanov. That plays into the way he's just keeping his distance and then deciding when to move in. Played it perfectly so far.
Yeah, it's something he actually likes as well, something he works on. If you've moved up from -80 to +80, by and large, you're going to be the smaller amongst the larger, so he knows how to use that, doesn't mind it at all. He's a tough man, so, and not intimidated by the larger presence. Actually has spoken about it as just providing a bigger target as he leaves a little space there.
Ramazanov halves the deficit. Did he fall, or was he pushed? That looked like a push to me. So decision was that it was a legitimate fault. Nonetheless, the challenge is going to come in to try to overrule that from the USA corner. Actually, correction to that. Madel was just saying, actually, let's take a minute here. So no challenge, instead a timeout called by the Americans.
On aimerait vous entendre frapper fort dans vos mains. Come on, clap your hands louder. Everybody now.
Plenty of points scored in those opening few minutes of the contest. It's a single 5-minute round in para taekwondo. Unlike in the Olympic format, where it's 3 rounds of 2 minutes, and it's whoever wins 2 rounds rather than the overall number of scoring. This format allows for a few more ebbs and flows and permits the odd crazy comeback as well. We've seen a few of those in the Grand Palais. But these two marking each other. 2 points for 2 points at the moment. Madel still in the lead. Gamjon again for striking below the waist. 13 each. We've seen Ramazanov just overpower his 2 opponents so far, but for the first time, a sense that he's meeting his match, and it's a very good match.
Yeah, Evan Madel is very even-tempered, happy to hold that centre and use that strength, but Aliaskar Ramazanov not going anywhere here. He's created at least those 3 Gamjons to pull him back himself into it there, and the referee keeping a sharp eye on both. Good from Madel there, just little cut kick followed by the flick to the body. Very creative from the American. Just to clarify that, that's to cut the person as they come in to stop them and then flick your foot across in that second action.
Twist quick from Ramazanov there. He just snuck through. Big man, but with a lot of dexterity.
Good touch for a big man.
Yeah, works in football, works in taekwondo. Madel with the lead, courtesy of that Gamjon against Ramazanov. Speaking of football, it was the sport of football which brought Ramazanov to taekwondo, because he played it and he thought, well, if I'm good with my feet, surely I can use them to kick people instead. And the transition to para taekwondo.
Yeah, it's been our gain because he's a valued member of the taekwondo community. That World Championship title, obviously his greatest accolade, but a different goal now. The Paralympic final just about off in the distance, but it's that distance control by Evan Madel. It's been ebb and flow each time. Nothing really to separate them.
Turning kick from distance, but just enough of going in reverse from Ramazanov to eliminate the power. 17-15. Madel in charge, just about. Timeout called. 45 to go. It's going to really start to get going at the return of the action after the timeout. A recharge, a refresh, and then it'll be all out. Everything will be left on the mat in pursuit of the Paralympic final.
Even the volunteers getting in on the drumming act, trying to drum up support here. Standing room only at the Grand Palais, and it's been outstanding from the Paralympic athletes in this one. The -80 men's coming out and getting ready.
And they're ready to go for the last 45 of the semi-final. Evan Medell's head guard has risen up. Needs that to be readjusted. What readjustments can be made by Ramazanov as we head towards the end of this one? He's in search of a 2-point score. That's a clattering shot to the trunk, which doesn't land. Medell needing to defend as well as attack. Can't rely on the score in still being there by the end of these remaining seconds in the contest. Would prefer an extra buffer, 1 extra point taken away through the penalty, rather than taking away a point given to his opponent, but it still has the same effect. 17-16. It's tight. And it's going to get ever tighter as the seconds tick down. That releases some pressure for Medell. But we'll have a challenge.
Yeah, I think, Jack, as soon as I saw that there, Evan Medell just slid forward onto his face there, hit the deck. But straight away the coach was out with the video review card, because this is pivotal. This is really a match-changing decision here. The centre referee will bring them to attention, because big moments now. If this stands...
Coach requesting invalidated come jump for grabbing.
So what's the penalty taken away for grabbing and pulling?
Home coach asking for invalidation of come jump of grabbing.
So Evan Medell would retain that 18-16 lead if this gets an X from the judges. If there's a thumbs up, it goes back to a 1-point game.
Either way, Aliashkab Ramazanov is going to be looking for a 2-point score. It'll either level the contest or it'll see him win it if he's just one behind.
Just behind Evan Medell, Brad DeMink just giving him some instructions just to say, stay calm, regardless of what this happens, you will have some sort of lead.
Yeah.
It's not been a paradise for this man so far. Ramazanov trying to find some sort of answers now. He's got just under 5 seconds. If this is a thumbs up, he only needs to find 1 kick to the body to make the final. If it's an X, it's a thumbs up. It's a 1-point game, Jack.
For 4.7 more seconds. Does Evan Medell just try and hold on, John, or does he have to go in and try and score?
He has to get out of dodge quickly. He's got to step to the side and kick at the same time. The gam jump then will be given for intentionally falling, so it could go to that golden score, Jack.
We're equal, 2 points for Ramazanov. At the very end of time. Aliashkab Ramazanov kept on believing that the points were out there. And he took them right off the guard of Evan Medell.
And it's heading to neutral Paralympic athletes. Aliashkab Ramazanov.
Aliashkab Ramazanov. His hopes looked slim to none, but he kept on holding on to them. 1916. Ultimately, that was what was given. The Gamjons on either side, massively influential towards the end.
That's a great point, Jack, because Lala Murad, the centre referee, not just convinced then that the Gamjon that he gave when the American fell was that it was intentional falling to try and avoid the match. I think that's harsh, but obviously, given the context of the match, the moment there is Ali Ashkab Ramazanov's moment. The referee's right in there, so not only was it the Gamjon waved off for this man, it was then put on to Team USA, gave him the minor advantage plus the kick, and what an opportunity now for the final.
Et place maintenant à la toute première de notre nouvelle série. Mesdames et messieurs, au balcon de l'escalier d'honneur.
The sun setting in Paris, but of course a fine setting for fighting here in the Grand Palais.
Match pour la médaille de bronze. Messieurs, de moins de 80 kilos.
And the view before these two will be one to remember. Ali Reza Bakht of the Islamic Republic of Iran and Nikola Spajic of Serbia. It's the bronze medal contest at under 80 kilograms. Spajic in the red and Bakht in the blue.
Well, guess who's backed? Back again, Ali Reza, making his way into this one. Had to hang on in there against Nikola Spajic. He'll need a better start because the Serb has looked good today as they make down the 50 steps here towards this bronze medal final.
Yeah, you know, because you counted them, John.
I did, and it took me 2 or 3 goes at it. I made a mess of it a couple of times because there's a tiny little staircase after this that we don't see in the camera, and I had to add those 5 to that. So 50 big steps to make the step onto the podium for the bronze medal.
This is how things look in terms of the draw. Ali Reza Bakht losing to Tosh Temirov to drop into this bronze medal contest, whilst his opponent Spajic went out at the quarter-final stages against Jew, but that was his way through. He then won his repechage contest and looked good in doing so. So the referees arrive. Stefan Menard of Canada is the man with his jacket off, ready to officiate. And the other 3 officials ready to score the spinning elements of attacks to see if anyone can score those high pointers, the 3s and the 4s. Ali Reza Bakht has made it down the stairs. The Taekwondoist from Tehran sprints into the arena.
One gold 2 years ago at the Asian Para Championships and the silver last in 2023.
From a coastal town in Iran, in the very south of the country, but moving to the big city to be in Paris and with a chance to take home a bronze medal. Well, this man knows all about big cities. He lives in one in Belgrade. He's from the Taekwondo club Cobra in the capital of Serbia, and Nikola Spajic.
He won gold at the European qualification.
The matches he's won, he's looked brilliant, and the matches he's lost, he hasn't featured in. So difficult to know exactly where we are with Nikola Spajic, but this will be a true test of where he's been.
And as you say that, Jack, this will be definitely his stiffest test against Iran. Also, double points to you for recognising Stefan Menard without the graphic there. So, black belt on its way to you. One of our top referees from Canada. But Ali Reza Bakht against Spajic. This one, a real clash of styles. The Iranian conservative and quick off the spot, and Spajic likes to let his kicks fly, so should be open.
Quick to get going on the scoreboard as well, Bakht. For the 2, using that speed. Goes double, triple up, quadruple tops for Ali Reza Bakht. 8 points the lead. Now the legs are having to fly perhaps earlier than expected from Spajic. Ali Reza Bakht is sauntering down the Champs-Élysées at the moment. Bag of points on his back.
The bronze medal around his neck if he keeps this form up here. Not convinced that that back kick actually hit him too low there, but the referee will give them a chance to recover, plus the gam jump. So Nicolas Bajic, his worst nightmares being realised here. Can he get those kicks back on the board? And at the moment it's just getting caught out in terms of the tempo. The Iranian just faking him every time and then following in. Alireza Bakht, like so. Good sidestep from Spajic, trying to change the distance, trying to change the momentum of this fight.
Done the first step of stopping the scoring, slowing the pace down, slowing Alireza Bakht down, but then again, there's less need for Bakht to be operating at the frequency he was. Spajic from in close and with a turning Alireza Bakht, but still unable to score, and instead of Gamjong against him, double figures for the Iranian.
Tough now for Nicolas Bajic to come forward. Every time he does, he walks into that back leg there. Well done there from the serve, just lets it slide past. But the distance management, the control and timing. I mentioned the stroll down the Champs-Élysées. You can hear these shots cracking off the protector there as well, because he's got his distance spot on as the man from Iran.
Been around an hour or so since Alireza Bakht lost his last encounter. The reset button has been plunged and doing wonderfully well here. John, you said that there's 50 steps down the staircase. Are you sure there weren't 39 steps? Because the Iranian is heading for the Highlands right now.
Sure is. He's beat a hasty retreat and he's going to go back with the plunder in his pocket, because he's found the secret. There's no spy mission needed in this one, because the Serb up against it, 14 points down, trying to get the intel to try and score on the inside. But Alireza Bakht even has the time to look up to the fans in the crowd, obviously family there as well. Twisting kick just missing there from Nicolas Bajic. But the man from Belgrade can't quite make the grade yet. Tries with a step through back kick, decent idea.
Another two to the tally for Bakht. And even when he exposes his back to Spajic, it's nothing falling for him.
Quite interesting there when he came back to his coach here. There was almost a smile of, not resignation, but just a little bit of trepidation, because can't figure out quite which way to go here. You go to the left, you're going to eat a back kick. You stand still, you're going to get hit with the back leg to the body. The Iranian has his number and he's played his cards right every single time. It's a one-way street now. It's Alireza Bakht's bronze to lose.
Whether it is for Serbia, for Islamic Republic of Iran, for Great Britain, the US,
24-year-old Alireza Bakht, and starting to post some major results on the way to Paris. Silver at the Asian Para Games in Hangzhou last year. And unless something very special from Spajic can be conjured, the bronze medal going his way. Got to keep his foot down. Spajic, as you highlighted at the top of the match, John, can do this and can score quickly.
He can do it, and he did do it, and it's the kind of can-can style kicking here, the double kicks in mid-air, and that's much better from Nicolas Bajic. He's thrown caution to the wind, he has to. Great credit to him. Good spin kick as well. Trying to go for the high tariff 4-point kicks. Nothing else to lose at this stage.
Coming back from this deficit will be the largest we've seen at the Paralympic Games. Every second against him.
And this is a reality when you want to make it into the national team, to qualify for these Paralympic Games. You're doing it in the knowledge that you have to be able to produce your absolute best. Ali Reza would have backed himself to go for gold. He was a contender. As you said rightly, he's managed to reset his own mind and be out here fighting for a super bronze medal. Nicolas Pagic will be much the better fighter for this. This is, you know, 5-6 years worth of intel in 5 minutes that you're gaining. You can train as much as you like, you can try as much as you like. This is a massive learning opportunity now for the Serb. He's done his best, but Ali Reza, too good.
And this may be a slow march towards the bronze medal. In fact, almost both conceding the contest with 3 seconds to go. That's what Ali Reza says. And Ali Reza rises to the challenge after dropping into the bronze medal contest. He raised his game and he saved the very best to the last for a brilliant bronze medal. The man from Tehran brings home 29 points to 6, a bronze medal at the Paralympic Games. And Nicolas Pagic once again goes deep into a tournament. And once again, that medal just eluding him, but the fact that he's consistently mixing, and as you say, John, with the type of experiences he's gaining, turning around these kind of performances into medal-winning ones like Bacht has done, surely lies somewhere in his future.
Mesdames et messieurs, au balcon de l'escalier d'honneur du Grand Palais, veuillez accueillir nos athlètes. Dans la catégorie féminine de plus de 65 kilos, finale du match pour la médaille de bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, entering via the grand staircase.
Well, this is what's going on elsewhere in Paris.
The athletes, the women's
flame
65
still
plus
burning
kilogram bronze medal contest.
Under the hot air balloon, the Montgolfier, named after the Montgolfier brothers, who invented the first hot air balloon. It rises high in the sky every evening in Paris, and looking down on the rest of the arena right now are these two from Mexico and from Greece, Fernanda Vargas and Eleni Papastamatopoulou.
Yeah, and as you say, from the hot air balloon in the Jardin des Tuileries, the only hot air left now is you and I, Jack, because kicking each other up and down the mat will be these two. They look pretty cordial going down the big steps here, but it's the final steps now for Papastamatopoulou, and of course an opportunity for Vargas as well.
They meet in the bronze medal match, two youngsters of this weight division. This is how things look and what the gold medal contest will be like later on. But Papastamatopoulou went down against Naimova in the quarterfinals, whereas Vargas lost Amy Truesdale in the semis, so that's how their roots come into this. But the difference is that Eleni Papastamatopoulos won her last match to make it through to this, whilst it's Vargas who has to pick herself up and go again. But two 22-year-olds meeting here. And actually, the number of months that they've been competing on an international level will be similar as well, John. You'll know exactly just how long they've been in the game, but it won't be much difference, will it, from these two? Here's Fernanda Vargas. Won the silver medal at the World Championships last year in Veracruz. She won the Paralympic Games in Chile last year too. And as mentioned, the year before that, she started in the sport.
And you mentioned that recent run into it. As we see her run through to this stage, she's had the opportunity to accrue lots of Paralympic experience, and she's going to need it in this one because Eleni Papastamatopoulos, a new face, but certainly delivering plenty of threats in this one.
It won't be long before those youngsters seeking high fives from Eleni Papastamatopoulos could be competing in senior Taekwondo events themselves. Life comes at you quick, and all of a sudden, you're on a stage like this. If you have the talent, of course.
No, it's funny you say that because we were actually out recently in Santorini doing the referee training camp, and Eleni Papastamatopoulos was chosen as the representative to explain the sport along with Beth Monroe, and that's out there on Instagram for World Taekwondo and the Paralympic Instagram page as well, to explain the sport, how it works. And she was saying that she's only just, obviously she'd been doing Taekwondo in the club, doing it recreationally. She's obviously studying medicine at university as well, and decided then, let's have a go at this. The club put forward the application for classification. That took a long time. It wasn't a cheap process for them to push for. She got it, and then she's went from strength to strength on the competitive circuit. So, as you mentioned, limited in terms of their international experience, but a good start there from the Greek Papastamatopoulos, scoring the first two.
The end of the summer is what happens after the Paralympic Games, and then studies begin again. And conversations of what you got up to over the break. It will be interesting for Eleni Papastamatopoulos and her classmates at the University of Ioannina. They may well be watching this right now, and if you are, a very warm welcome to you.
Fernanda Vargas trying to find a bit of an opening welcome there for that front leg. That's the leg closest to the Greek fighter. And of course, the back leg one, well, you can guess which one that is, but it's about getting those sensor socks onto the body for 2 points. If you turn your back and kick out the way, you'll get 3. And if you spin completely, you'll get 4.
John, sometimes we see in Taekwondo someone having to work really hard to score points, put so much effort in, and yet they still don't activate the senses. And someone else, and I mean really, in this case, Papastamatopoulos, because it looks so natural and it's effortless almost. And what's the difference there?
Well, if you get a chance to watch it, we'll maybe see it more in the slow motion. If you kick, turn your hip, turn your knee over and hit flat with your instep, you're going to make contact and impact. At the moment, that's better from Fernanda Vargas. If you're kicking straight up off the ground, you imagine, let's say your instep, you're only getting about 30–40% of it to hit the protector. If you turn your knee over and your hip over and stick your instep onto the protector, that sustained contact and impact like this makes it look as if it's, oh, that's an easier kick. It's harder to do, but it has more surface area on the protector.
So getting that foot flush with the protector will aid that in the activating the sensors. Okay.
But to do that, as Eleni Papastamatopoulos does there, you have to take the risk. You have to turn yourself and open yourself out. Your hips are extended. Your body is then open, so your opponent can counter.
Decision from Greece.
Home coach requests dangerous play.
So a possible kick up to the face. So a dangerous play. The call.
Home coach request come jump from dangerous play.
So Chong and Hong, the two colours, red and blue. And if you kick to the face, it's a yellow card. If you do with intent on a couple of occasions, you can be out of there with a red card, but mercifully we've not seen that. But there is a debate in the Paralympic Taekwondo community. Why can't we kick to the head? And that's something that the athletes are discussing actively. The sport is evolving. The face shields are also an aspect of conversation. The ability to see, the ability to breathe. It's not easy within those plastic confines. So these are all possible modifications for the future, or at least possible conversations. But the big conversation now, Jack, of course, is this a kick to the head? If so, it's going to be a point of contention.
Yeah, point of contention and points added to the tally, but not accepted. The X means a rejection of the challenge.
X not going to give it to you. As they hip hop across the mat here, the front leg firing in from Vargas.
Papastamotopoulou with another good start after the break. And I suppose, John, being able to reset quickly after the breaks that you see sometimes in Taekwondo, all important to be the one that's switched on the first.
No question about it. We're watching it as a scoring contest or a Paralympic match-up here. If you're the only two people in the middle of this 6,000 fans kicking each other, you need to be switched on from the first to the last. You can't have lapses in conversation or concentration. As we have seen, if you look at the scoreboard, if you think about what you should have done, sometimes as well, you'll score a point and you'll admire your work and you get kicked back. So it's all about that focus. And that's, as we say, the bedrock of the sport.
Yeah, they don't want to complain. They don't want lapses in concentration. I'm sure people out there might want a lapse in conversation from us sometimes, John.
Yes, it's sometimes less is more.
Here we go, 8-1 to Greece as it stands. Let's make some noise in the Grand Palais!
The fight is back on in the Grand Palais. Fernanda Vargas still not yet with a point from a kick of her own, just the Gamjong point, yet with plenty of time. And look at that, the concentration heads on straight from the off. She scores two, but Papastamotopoulou makes sure that she's still in the game and still scoring points to preserve that gap. 9 still the difference.
And the difference was, instead of kicking up flat in a front leg turning kick style, turned her hip over and really committed to the shot. So Fernanda Vargas has that intel, she has the time. Eleni Papastamotopoulou focused, picking up her own shots as well.
And the Greeks deep song coming with the scores from the left and the right. And Vargas's primary attack at the moment is the left leg, back leg turning kick, and she changes it up there. Now the back kick, a little more variety. Still shots being landed though from Papastamotopoulou.
Eleni asking for the arm guard to be readjusted there by the centre referee, but you can see a grimace in the face there. It's high octane, high fire now. She's really been pushed in terms of the energy levels. Now Vargas, this is her only real opportunity. If it gets into the last minute and this score is the same, Eleni Papastamotopoulou is heading towards the podium.
Points keep accruing next to the Greek flag. mentioned how one of her idols is the Romanian gymnast Nadia Comaneci, and the way that she achieved a perfect 10 in artistic gymnastics in her career. And as far as perfection goes, it's not quite perfection, but it's imperious nonetheless, this performance from Papastamatopoulou.
Comaneci used to spot the landings, but it's been a perfect landing of this right leg every time from the fighter there, Eleni Papastamatopoulou, and she embraces another one there to push herself towards a very significant victory. She's got more points than there are seconds left, and there are only seconds left separating her from a bronze.
Vargas keeps going, and the battle between these two may well continue on numerous frontiers in the future. There'll potentially be quite a lot of occasions where they meet for medals across the course of their careers. But in this time, in this city, it goes to Greece. It goes to Eleni Papastamatopoulou, the bronze medal at the Paralympic Games. And they both know what they've gone through in recent years in order to get to this level and learn the game so well, learn it to this elite level, and also to train themselves to this elite level. The last 2 years in their lives must have been some journey. But only one bronze medal from this contest, and it goes to Eleni Papastamatopoulou.
Yeah, she deserves it. Aware of Greek sparing kicks, because she brought to bear that quality there against Fernanda Vargas. And she'll be back for that bronze medal. Takes the lap of honour, as she should. Eleftheria y Thanatos, freedom or death. And she found the freedom to throw the kicks and take the bronze.
The Grand Palais as the sun sets in Paris. And the remnants of the day's light streams through the glass ceiling. It's the biggest glass ceiling in Europe, and some of that natural light filtering through here, as well as the artificial. Nothing artificial about these two. They are the real deal. Evan Medel of the USA up against Idrissa Keita of Senegal. He was very outspoken, Evan Medel, in the build-up to these games. Rather than outspoken, he was just very honest, and he said, for me, this is all about trying to go for golds. He won the bronze medal back in Tokyo, and possibly he would have retired after that if he'd won golds. Instead, he broke his foot, and that played its part in not winning the gold medal. He came back to Paris, and he was all set on fighting for gold. Instead, it's another bronze medal that's up for grabs here. So his adjustment has had to take place in the last hour or so, but he's a formidable and ambitious man.
No, he certainly is, and it's the ambitions that he's going to need. He might want to bring some of those steps with him from the grand staircase, because in terms of the height matchup, we're going to see it when they come out. Evan Medel used to fight in the minus 80, as you referenced, taking that bronze medal. He's now up into the heavyweights, and you'll wait to see the height difference. Looking for the differences in terms of the spin kicks will be the judges with the blazers, and looking for any possible penalties be our centre referee.
Représentant les États-Unis d'Amérique.
In blue, representing United States of America,
Evan Medel.
Here is Evan Medel from Grand Haven in Michigan, in the north of the United States of America.
bronze medalist from the Tokyo Paralympic Games, silver medalist last year.
There's plenty of stories Plenty of movies about Americans in Paris and Evan Medel. The next one to write a story. Will it be dictated by himself? Idrissa Keita from Senegal. Just has to duck to get under the doorframe to come in here. Such is his leg length, his height. Or the height of Keita be the difference in this one. He's a popular man in this arena. Given the day he's had, we didn't know too much about him when we woke up this morning, but after victories over the three-time world champion Sarak of Turkey, he then lost to Matt Bush before coming back to win his repechage. In doing so, he beat Lu Dong, and I think for many neutrals in the Grand Palais, John, that's certain things. They were all in for Idrissa Keita after that.
Absolutely, he's a fan favourite, and firmly and rightly so. He has the backstory as well. You mentioned the impoverished beginnings and trying to drag himself out from the most difficult of circumstances through the use of the sport. And just a quick use of mathematics will tell you that Evan Medel is the shorter of the two. However, in Paralympic Taekwondo, there is no kicking to the head. And for Evan Medel, he's a very good back kick and also the short distance. So, can Keita get those big knees turned in there? So you see the knee passing by the back. He has to turn his knee in sharp and short to get those turning kicks in. Medel will be more than adept at dealing with this one.
Across the 5 minutes of competition in Para Taekwondo, concentration becomes as important as any height difference, as any skill set that you own. And Keita seems to have that concentration to be able to go all in for 5 minutes and stick to game plans, follow instructions as well from his coach, Abdoulaye Ndiaye, the man who introduced him to the game, who took him from the streets of Dakar and helped him, trained him in the sport, took him from a rookie to the Grand Palais.
If he can get a bronze here, he'd go from Dakar to being a star, because he's got all the skills and he's doing well just to subdue the efforts there of Evan Medel, who's trying to find the range, because obviously in Para Taekwondo, kicking up the weight, and he's just found it there, kicking up the weight at the right height. Medel has managed that.
He doubled his money too. Good reactions from Medel as Keita came in.
Bruce Domenic there just saying, OK, kick a little higher, the coach in the US corner. Also asking for a knee block there, which is not within the rules. So gam jumps could become something to debate here. Get them for kicking low or stepping out of the mat.
Medel comes forward, we're seeing Keita lean in to contact. John, and just tell us the your rule of thumb, the law of the baseball bat, and how that works in Taekwondo.
Obviously, if you've got a big weapon coming towards you, swinging at you, you've got to either step back or step in, and that's what Medel is trying to do here. He's moving in towards the danger zone, and in doing that, you're then not going to be caught at the end of the range of motion. If you move back like that, you might get caught, but in here, the American in blue is safer. And therefore, the natural attributes of Keita, he's beginning to find it difficult to get it going. That takes away a bit of your energy. I also saw him limping slightly as he went down the stairs. There's a good shot again from Medel.
6-0 for the American. And the way Keita's fights have gone so far, that every couple of points is really hard earned against him, and he tends to stick with opponents and stay in the fight. And right now, it's looking like a decent gap. Against some people, you would say, well, 6-0 doesn't seem that much, but against Evan Medel, it seems so.
Yeah, Evan Medel's highly experienced. We heard his resume on the way into it, of course, with not just that bronze medal at the Paralympic Games, but he's won Grand Prix golds actually here in Paris, just about 5 kilometres from here in Levallois, and he's availed himself of a couple of big shots. So against a bigger man and a taller man, it's quite an arresting thing when you see it for the first time as a new viewer. You think, oh, the big guy's going to have a chance here. That would certainly be the case if it was head kicks available. He would have a much better chance. But Evan Medel, even in that instance, I think I would fancy his chances, the man from the USA, because, well, he's really, really good at controlling the distance. He's good at controlling his emotions. And as you said, he's from Grand Haven. He's found a safe haven right in the centre of the mat here. Keita coming forward, good attempt there. Little push kick from the man that's 2 metres tall, or 6'8". It's great work from Evan Medel, working the way on the inside. Shafi Rustemi giving out that first gam jump for the knee blocks. He's been quite lenient, the referee from Afghanistan, letting it flow. But the flow certainly from the American. Good value for Team USA.
Distance control from Medel. He's on point right now. He's not keeping himself too far away. Close enough to entice Keita. And when he does that, he's quick enough to then back away or come in, and really is the dictator of tempo right now.
He's got all the options, and that slip to the mat will add another gam jump. It was nice to hear Idrissa, the call from the passionate fans here in the Grand Palais. If the man in red can get one on the board, I'm sure he'd get a very warm ovation, because he's worth it. He's put in the effort, but there are no freebies at the elite level, and no charity from Evan Medel.
And Medel's conditioning, all the hard work back at the Lakeshore Taekwondo Academy in Grand Haven, leaving him in this position where the energy reserves are there. The lead is already built.
And those energy reserve, Jack, are important, because when you actually look at it in the clinch here, Evan Medel, when he's kicking to the body of Keita, is actually kicking his own head height. So every time he's scoring, he's kicking up the way. Yep. So he's putting that extra energy in.
Whether he actually is feeling as good as he looks, well, who knows? That's only inside his mind, but he's certainly putting on the impression that there's lots in the tank. Certainly lots on the board. 10 points, the difference in the bronze medal. So close for Evan Medel now.
It's so close now that his coach Bruce is saying to him, you've got this. Just keep moving. Keep a little bit of pressure on and run down that clock, because Idrissa Keita has tried everything. Obviously the sentiment from the crowd, and I'm sure from most people watching, would be to get some points on the board for this hard work. He came down the stairs injured, there's no question about it. He was limping down the steps, but it's been anything but limp in terms of his effort here. But in terms of quality, Evan Medel the better. He's got that little score there, Jack.
So the ripple of applause around the Grand Palais for Idrissa Keita, who's kept at his task, stuck to it, but has met this immovable force in Evan Medel. The man from Michigan, he has a second Paralympic bronze medal. After Tokyo, he set his sights on golds. It didn't happen that way. Instead, it's a bronze medal. It's a hard-earned bronze medal.
America gets the bronze medal. Evan Medel. And a quick shout out, of course, to Senegal's Idrissa Keita. Only started Taekwondo last
Well, does this mean that Evan Medel goes home, resets, and goes on to Los Angeles in 2028? That's a matter for down the road. But this year and tonight in Paris, it is a bronze medal for the USA and Evan Medel. Idrissa Keita embraces the man who convincingly ended his dreams of winning a bronze medal for Senegal. The Americans in Paris get a chance to dance to the tune of Evan Medel. The Stars and Stripes fly.
And a new star here in this young man, Idrissa Keita. Warmed the fans' hearts with his efforts, of course, but Evan Medel, you mentioned his welding background. He's produced the heavy metal when it needed and just taken that well-earned bronze. Very good, very professional. Ellie, if it wasn't at home games, you might not see him again at the Paralympics, but at home games, we would bet against it.
The sun goes down on the Champs-Élysées, the Arc de Triomphe with the Paralympic logo on it, still visible in the distance, and this is the Place de la Concorde as well. This is the Grand Palais. It's a city of monuments, but even in a town like this, the Grand Palais stands out.
Please welcome the athletes for the men's minus 80 kilogram bronze medal contest.
And this just might be the greatest view in world sport right now. The view down the staircase in the Grand Palais. Bronze medal contest at under 80 kilograms is up next. Ju Jong-hyun of the Republic of Korea and Nurlan Dombayev of Kazakhstan.
And as they make their way down the steps, of course, the game plans will be enacted. And if you are brand new to Taekwondo, you see the body protectors and the head guards. No kicking to the head, only the body. And they've got the sensors on the socks, and they will be worth 2 points. If you spin with a back kick, you'll get 3, and if you spin full 360, you will get 4. Don't worry, we'll keep you across it, of course. But those are the simple ways to describe the points, and this is what the points will make.
How we got to this point today, Ali Reza backed already with the bronze medal from the other side of the draw, but Ju Jong-hyun beaten in the semi-final, and Dombayev of Kazakhstan had to come through a very, very tough repechage, and he made the most of it. He made it look easy, actually, drawing on all his experience to get to this stage again.
Représentant la République de Corée.
In blue, representing Republic of Korea,
Ju Jong-hyun.
Ju Jong-hyun from the Republic of Korea, looking for a second Paralympic bronze medal after winning his first in Tokyo. Someone who had 7 years out of the sport before deciding to take it up again with Para Taekwondo in the Paralympic Games for the first time in Tokyo 2020. And he was so close to getting through to a gold medal match. He was suffered a comeback of a very stinging kind in the semi-final.
representing Kazakhstan,
It was against Maria Najera lost it in a golden round. Nerlan Dombayev, he went to Tokyo and he fought for a bronze medal as well, but he didn't win it. Finishing fifth 3 years ago, and he's back to try and change that at 43 years of age. A man who started in Taekwondo back in 1998. Been a world champion twice since then, in recent years as well, relatively with respect to when he started in the sport in 2017 and 2019. How about it? How about a Paralympic bronze medal to go with those world titles? Miguel Figueroa Velosa of Chile is the referee.
And the chances of taking that bronze, clash of two different styles here. Look for the footwork of Ju Jong-hyun. He likes to move in and out to try and fake and intimidate. That does take a lot of energy. Let's see how much he's got left. Dombayev likes to stand tall, use that range with the front leg. That's the one closest to it. So the Korean's head and shoulders. Will he be head and shoulders above Dombayev? But that's the movement there to try and elicit that response.
Does seem to vibrate at a higher frequency than most people in the division, Ju Jong-hyun. The speed and the tempo which he brings to things, it suddenly draws you in. He's a live wire.
Yeah, sure is, Jack. And that's from our safe perspective of the commentary box, or sitting at home relaxing. Hope you're enjoying the Taekwondo, but when you're in there and that constant in and out movement, it keeps you on guard. Just you see that little fake, that little movement to make Dombayev brace. The Kazakh fighter will take the Gamjeon for just being patient, turning into passivity for both. So yellow cards, I think, were signalled to both there, but only one went on the scoreboard. There we go. So if you look at the top left, 2 yellow cards. That's a point apiece.
John Dombayev will have a meticulous game plan for trying to take on Ju Jong-hyun here. What will it be?
It's this front leg here, Jack. It's this one on the way in the attack, and also by way of defence. He'll try and use that just to, if we watch it here as it comes, he'll pick it up as the Korean moves. So watch as the Korean tries to move. See him triggering it, that front leg, he just picks it up there to try and block. So that was his intention there, gets away with it. On the attacking side of it, he'll try and slide that in and hook it round the front leg, so like a boxer's hook. I don't think he's going to attack for any time soon, as we lose the scoreboard for a moment.
Scores still as they are, one apiece. Point scored there by Ju Jong-hyun for the lead, 3-1.
Kim Ye-sun, the coach there, saying as we get the scoreboard back, keep it going. He's not going to come forward, do the same things, and gets the same result.
Game plans are all very well, but when the kicks start to fly, things need to be adjusted. There's a famous quote from Mike Tyson, which I won't repurpose for the sake of Taekwondo.
Oh, please, why not?
Everyone has a game plan until you get kicked in the face. That's it. Would be illegal in para Taekwondo, so actually it doesn't quite work.
It's certainly working well with the plan so far. Ju Jong-hyun, he's repurposing his own plan because he was devastated, Jack, within that semi-final. Came out flying, had thoughts of the final. He's had to pick himself up. And at the moment, he's picked up a decent lead.
Yeah, 5-1 for the Korean, and nothing landing so far for Dombayev.
Roland Dombayev, you mentioned what would be his game plan. We saw it on the defensive. Now on the attacking side of it, he tries to, or he's going to have to try and use his front leg to shuffle forward and back leg to try and kick to the body. But he knows that the Korean has a really good back kick by way of counter, hence the hesitation.
Spinning back kick attempt from Dombayev, but it was evaded so well, and then 2 points scored to add something cruel, a twist in the tail there, because Dombayev doesn't all that often extend himself like that. If things are going to plan, he wouldn't try that. It's only because he's down and needs the points, and then to go further down.
Yeah, sweet dreams not made of these for the Kazakh fighter. Dombayev trying to land the big shots. But it's that, when you see it in the slow motion, you see the instep cracking off the protector there. That's what scores. And he's looking for something, inspiration in the corner here, because it's a tough ask now. He has to go against character. And what's impressive by Ju Jung-un is he is also suppressing his character. It went against him when he was trying to be expansive and creative and entertaining in that semi-final. Now it's all business. There was no high fives, handshakes on the way out. He was just focused on what he's got to do.
He was stung in the last semi-final, perhaps a little shy because of it. Now, the visor is down. Business head is back on.
Korean coach Kim Ye-sun saying, keep using your front leg, just keep going with that front leg. More to keep it busy, to keep it the referee away from giving any penalties.
Little wince from Ju. Dombayev still biding his time, because there is still 60 seconds and it's only 6 points. He's reeled in opponents already today by not panicking, by almost just sneaking over the line, leveling it up in the last second and then going into the golden round. So although it's an outside chance right now, get someone in Ju's kind of form and with his radar ready for what's to come, could still spring something. They'll need to score the next, that's for sure. Any more score from Ju, and it really will be curtains for the Kazakhstani.
Yeah, very much so. I think earlier in the day you might have seen the flying kicks, the doubles, the spins from the man in red. Just signs of tiredness as well. He's been subdued against Ju, and I think credit where it's due, because Ju Jung-un, resolute, avoids the back kick, kills the clock.
And that time has run out on Nurlan Dombayev. Ju Jong-hyun goes back-to-back in bronze at the Paralympic Games. A calculating performance, a sensible one, a smart one. 7-1. Ju Jong-hyun beats Nurlan Dombayev for the bronze medal at under 80 kilograms.
Yeah, I think Dombayev could have fought him for another week here and wouldn't have got past him. Ju Jong-hyun, 7-1. Very, very good indeed, and embracing now the coaching team and the medical team, because you can guarantee there was a lot of patching together to get him this chance to fly the flag.
It's technically such a good watch every time there's a Korean athlete on a Taekwondo match, and this time was no different. Also tactically something to appreciate in this bronze medal match, but across the day, the highlight reel would be pretty tasty from this man.
No question about it. Landing the big kicks with the big tricks and landing the bronze back-to-back. It's been an excellent performance from Ju Jong-hyun. Also, to drag that back out when you really thought you had the chance for gold. Credit to him, and he is a credit to the sport.
Mesdames et messieurs, au balcon de l'escalier d'honneur du Grand Palais, veuillez accueillir nos athlètes dans la catégorie féminine de plus de 65 kilos. Finale du match pour la
The second bronze medal match now at over 65 kilograms. Deborah Menezes of Brazil and Rajay Akamach of Morocco.
And obviously Jacqueline will know their resumes and so on. I'm also keen to watch the Brazilian walking down these steps here. She had a significant calf injury, so might get some read on how well she's recovered here. Not using the banister, so she seems to be okay.
Well, she was recovering even within the fight, it felt like, even though it was affecting her performance significantly in her semi-final. But the options that would have been available to her, John, ice, I suppose, and magic spray as well.
Ice, elevation, magic spray, a bit of the old kinesthesiology tape, or even kinesthesiology tape. That's the actual way to say it, is to get the tape on the calf to try and give that little bit of extra support. But she'll have plenty of support from the fans here. Deborah Menezes, the Brazilian contingent, always bringing it as we bring in our judges who add in the bonus points and the centre referee in charge of the 5-minute round.
The judges ready, Grand Palais ready, and soon the athletes heading into the arena as well. They now go from the staircase into the stairway and wait for their call to the mat.
In blue, representing Brazil,
Deborah Menezes.
Deborah Menezes, it's good to see you. Fears that she might not be able to make it to her bronze medal contest after the semi-final dispelled.
Paralympic silver medalist from Tokyo. She's a double world bronze medalist and won gold.
She won the silver medal in Tokyo 3 years ago. World champion from back in 2019. Ordem e Progresso, it's written on the Brazilian flag. Order and progress. Oh, she's making both of those on the way to the Taekwondo mat. Well, sport, she says, has been a driving force in her life.
In red, representing Morocco,
all the way through it, and she's competed in multiple different sports: futsal, sitting volleyball, para-athletics as well. Taekwondo is her choice today, as it is for Rajay Akamach of Morocco.
Competing in her second Paralympic Games, twice world silver medalist and twice African Championships gold medalist.
She's from Rabat in Morocco, but she's lived in Bonn in Germany since 2018. So from Bonn in Germany to perhaps Trebon in France tonight.
Bonjour indeed. Very nice.
Renata Petrikova, bonjour and bonsoir. Getting on for 8:30 local time in Paris. Saturday night is all right for the fight in the Grand Palais. These two want to get going. Rajay Akamach in the red and Deborah Menezes of Brazil in the blue.
Yeah, no signs of ill effects for Menezes as she comes in straight away. Trade of 2-point kicks, that's what happens when you get the sensor socks married up nicely to the body. Deborah Menezes wasting no time at all just to establish that presence in the centre.
They've both scaled the heights in the intervening years between Paralympic Games. World champion Deborah Menezes back in 2019 and 2 times a world silver medalist for the Moroccan. Akamach, as she goes 6'2" ahead.
I think just a bit of a push there as well there from Menezes. So you're not allowed to forcibly just shove your opponent out the mat, much as you would like to.
various ways of doing it without the referee picking up on it, John, aren't there?
Of course, use these kicks to cover that distance like so. And try and batter your way forward, which is what the Brazilian is doing. She's got the will and the skill. She's certainly got the time to get back into this one, but it's really good from Raja Akamash. The game plan is obviously rock solid. It's a really good front leg counter.
Akamash is one of the few from the Moroccan team that are based in Mekinis, inland in Morocco. As mentioned, she's based in Germany. So she's outside that bubble in terms of residence, but she's one of the leading lights for Morocco.
Yeah, Coach Aziz also former German national team fighter, so from the same club, so a good chance every day to work on game plans and strategies. But not every day you get to fight at the Grand Palais here to go for a bronze medal. As we see the referee just doing a little bit of an adjustment on the protectors. As Rodrigo Fella just asking for a tactical adjustment for the fighter in blue.
Back leg turning kick. Just out of reach, or at least it was by the time it landed. John, something you like to say as well. It's not where your opponent is, but where they're going to be, where you need to aim. How hard is that? How realistic can you do that? How do you predict where they're going to move?
You can't predict where they're going to move. The only thing you can try and do is direct them. So if you watch the little fakes here from Deborah Menezes, she's trying to set up. These are not intentions to actually score. But if you force your opponent to the back of the mat, they can't go left or right. So then you're dealing with someone that's got to kick with you. So that's one option. The other option is what we're seeing here in the Moroccan corner from Raja Akamash. She will kick and spin, kick and spin. So when you're in close to somebody, if you spin off them, if you move off them, then you can predict, because they're going to turn to find you. So wherever you go to, they have to change their field of vision to look for you. Then you've got a chance. And that is part of it. But obviously, timing is one of the things in Taekwondo that we haven't really spoken too much about. I can speak about stance and distance, concentration. These are all functions of timing. And that timing is about there. So if you can see where are they going to go, you can either go there intentionally to draw them in, like so. And that's why you get the 3-point score and the big kia. That was all set up, which is really good from Deborah Menezes, and that is kicking where they are going to be. She threw out the front leg, left it hanging there. The opponent saw there's a chance, walked in, and for the first time now, the Brazilian back to parity in Paris.
Menezes now believes, and perhaps for the first time, Akamash with the hairs on the back of her neck starting to prick up. Menezes properly in the fight. She gives Rodrigo Fella a nod. They're there or thereabouts here.
Yeah, very much in the conversation, deep in conversation now, the Moroccans, as the fans reeling and rocking here. Great atmosphere, of course, but this covering and the sidestep there, Aziz, the coach in the corner, saying get your arms down, spin off to the side, and that is the best option now for Akamash, because he knows coming forward will be Deborah Menezes. Let's look at this one here. This is the first push that the referee said, no, you're not allowed to do that. But the back leg turning kick has been a good weapon, but stepping in, like so, leaving an option. Well, we didn't get to see the actual back kick that brought it back to a close game. But that element of surprise now gone. You played that card and you're still 2 points down. So Raja Akamash still very much in control.
Inside the last 90 seconds, Akamash again goes 2 points up. Menezes Looking at a 4-point deficit once more. Sizes up where the opportunity might begin. Looks for that hooked kick back into the trunk.
Yeah, that another adaptation there for the Brazilian team, just to try and give a different look there. So that step in there is an intent to try and draw in an attack. But when you're 4 points up, you're not going to attack. However, if you get too passive, give away that penalty.
Roger Akamatch again. Just staying out of harm's way here. Another few points, last 45 seconds. Deborah Menezes needs to keep coming and keep believing. 5 points away.
They're still there for it, and that's why they'll go back and have a timeout from the Moroccan corner this time, because this is the danger zone. They won't get any sleep. There's no time for resting in this one. They've got to come forward. Deborah Menezes was beginning to spin and turn, look for different options. Akamatch needs a professional finish to this last 30 seconds, using the front leg primarily just to defend and ideally lean in and cover, because the work we've seen from Menezes, that will go up another level here. You mentioned that sporting background. She has fitness to burn. She's got plenty cardio down this stretch.
Here we go, Menezes comes in, not a moment to waste. First score though to Akamatch. And maybe with that, the job is done. Menezes comes on again, keeps trying and she'll keep going, but Akamatch says no, I'll have another couple of points, thank you very much. The bronze medal heading her way for Morocco as Menezes tries everything. And she steps out, but there's points to burn here, there's space to burn. She has lit up the Grand Palais. It's her best contest of the day, without a doubt, it from Rajay Akamatch. Morocco with the bronze, Akamatch jumping for joy.
Yeah, she was very, very good there. Deborah Menezes pushed her right to the wire. That's what makes this bronze even sweeter at the Paralympic Games. Rajay Akamatch, I'm sure the aftermatch will be really good for her, because right there in amongst it, she was calm and cool, picked off the best shots. I'm sure her friends and family, Jack, will be absolutely delighted with this moment for her.
She's won big medals before, twice a world silver medalist at the World Championships, a bronze medal at the Paralympic Games though, and it sees your coach jumping towards you like he's high on life, high on Paralympic success.
Rightly too, as he's smiley. Well, he's all smiles for his fighter there. And she was really, really good. No question about it. This is her moment.
Let's hear it one more time, please, for Morocco.
et messieurs, au balcon de l'escalier d'honneur du Grand Palais, veuillez accueillir nos athlètes dans la catégorie messieurs de plus de 80 kilos.
The location is A1. It's only beaten by the view from the grand staircase in the Grand Palais. And that is a view which only these two get to see. Ahmed Hagshenas of the Islamic Republic of Iran and Nishan Omirali of Kazakhstan. Instead of a camera in hand, they've got their head guards, but you can take a picture with your eyes still, can't you? One that will stay in the memory bank.
And it is that combination of sightseeing and suffering. The fans get to enjoy it, the fighters get to serve it up, and they're going to serve it up in this one because Hagshenas and Omirali, no strangers to each other. And of course, Hagshenas would have had designs on the route through to the final, overcome there by Great Britain's Matt Bush. He will go for the gold later on.
Let's hear it for you to your referees.
So he dropped into the bronze medal contest, whereas his opponent, Omirali, fought against Ivan Mikulic and beat him 24 points to 8. Completely outplayed the Croatian. One of the performances of the day from Nishan Omirali. It's given him this opportunity as we say hello to the referees as well, and those in the blazers are judging things from the side to award the spinning elements to kicks and running the rule over the rule book as well, making sure everything is to order.
In blue, representing Islamic Republic of Iran,
Ahmed Hagshenas.
Ahmed Hagshenas of the Islamic Republic of Iran, from the city of Isfahan.
former world champion in 2021 and three-time and current Asian para-champion.
This young man is also Isfahan.
A fan of Hagshenas. Plenty of Iranian Taekwondo fans out there. And Hagshenas salutes the crowd. He knows what it's like to top the rostrum. He won the World Championships in Istanbul in 2021. So too does this man, Nishan Omirali. He's topped the world on 2 occasions.
Taking part in his second
World champion.
Games, he's been a world champion on 2 occasions. As well
Before and looking for an upgrade on his Paralympic record. He was a quarter-finalist 3 years ago when Para Taekwondo made its debut. He's already got further than that, but can he come away with a medal as well? Ivan Mikulic, scoreline, most impressive, 24-8. Ali Dinter Al-Arslan. Turkey is in the middle.
And he's going to be in the middle of 2 highly experienced fighters. You've given the resume there, but also the ability to stay calm on these big occasions. Both have rock solid stances. Hagshenas likes to duck down, likes to try and find a shot underneath the radar. Omirali, though, always on guard. We'll be looking for the back leg of the Iranian, like that one there, the one furthest away from his opponent. If they score, they're worth 2 points. The back kick would be worth 3. Also, if you step out, like so. Yellow card and 1 point added to your opponent.
It's that 1 point next to the Iranian flag, who is in the blue. Nishan Omirali of Kazakhstan in the red.
And Jack, in this one, they're going to have to go through their repertoire to try and, if you can't convince them, confuse them. That's going to be the option as Hagshenas hits the deck there. So it's only a share of penalties. Because they know each other so well, they also have their Taekwondo database running through all these shots and these opportunities. They're going to have to change things up, so hence a couple of twisting kicks to go against the grain, so to speak.
And a roller deck of possible moves, flipping through them at speed. It's a brain drain as much as a physical drain, John. One imagines when these guys are operating at high speed.
Very much so. We've seen straight away there's another nice little side kick there. That's not a standard kick you would imagine from Akshanas. So they're going to have to reach deep into those reservoirs of knowledge. And then whoever racks the quickest so far, Omar Ali, just looking for that opportunity. The referee not giving them any time to waste.
Wants more of a fight.
Don't we all?
Being a patience at times before we move through the gears, and then we go back to the waiting game. And look how close they are to each other without striking.
And this experience, Jack, is absolutely fearless. It's one of the main components of Taekwondo. There's a line between fearless and reckless. Reckless means you're in that distance and you make the wrong decision. Fearless means you're in there and you're still waiting for your chance just to explode onto the target. As the Iranian coach there just giving out some information as his opponent deals with it. Front leg to counter there from Omar Ali, but countered nicely by Akshanas.
Iranian in the lead by 2 as we come towards halfway through the round. Just a single round in Para Taekwondo. It allows for greater change in pace, it feels like, as opposed to the Olympic Taekwondo with the round system that we see.
Yeah, I think that's a sentiment echoed, Jack, there. Not just that, with the not ability to kick to the head, so gives that freedom to let the kicks go. But there is a debate to be had. They're going to try and amalgamate the styles a little bit closer. It is one Taekwondo after all. So will there be kicks to the head allowed in Paralympic Taekwondo? Will they change the round system within Olympic Taekwondo? There's been great successes in both, so plenty of learning to be done. But what we've learned so far is that Akshanas has the marginal advantage.
Comes in to try and extend it. Hammers that one up to the trunk. Timeout's going to be called here by Omar Ali and his team.
It's not a work of fiction for him at the moment, because the reality that he's dealing with is that it's not playing out to script at the moment for Omar Ali. He's tried to be patient. He's tried to intimidate. He's tried to hold that close distance. Now he's going to have to change it up. Well, you were enjoying the Uzbek singing quartet. What do you think of the dancing?
Yes. Well, it feels like we've got the Royal Orchestra from Uzbekistan when it comes to the percussions. I'm not sure it's the dance troupe that would have the royal stamp of approval in Uzbekistan. But in the Grand Palais, anything goes. It's artistic expression at its finest, and you can't argue with the box office.
Yeah, Team Tashkent giving it plenty. And there'll be plenty of celebrations. This, of course, the end of the Paralympic Taekwondo. We're moving now from this bronze medal into the gold medal contest. The Grand Palais will become something that people talk about as it happened already. So big celebrations ahead for the entire Paralympic Taekwondo community. But of course, who's going to get the big medals?
This one as close as anything we've seen for the bronze so far. Akshanas so imposing with the way he creeps forward. Omar Ali's not going to be someone that's too worried about it. He's seen it all before. Furrowing of the brow of the Iranian, full of intent, and a 2-point lead.
Here's the flick up to the face though, Jack, unintentional. That was supposed to hit to the body, hit to the head straight away. The referee will give the yellow card, and they give each other a little hug there. The pleasantries complete, unintentional. But Akshanas now has that 3-point gap. And you mentioned that ability to just stand there and wait, poised, to try and sprint forward. There's not a lot of sprint left in the legs now in the last minute. but the crowd doing their best to try and summon something up.
Two heavyweights going at it. End of a long day of Taekwondo as well for these gentlemen. So they've got to draw on the last vestiges of energy. 13-8, another 2 for Hagshinas.
Nishan Omar Ali now needs a back kick or a spinning technique that we mentioned, so he's going to have to throw caution to the wind, and Hagshinas will have seen all of that before. A bit more footwork now from the Iranian as he shifts in and out to kill the time now.
7 points the difference. Comfortable enough, you would have thought, but when points are still being scored and the appetite for them is there, and there's a Gamjong to make it even closer. It's now just 4 points, and all of a sudden that looks very reachable in 15 seconds. Omar Ali tries to go with the back kick, doesn't make it that time. Gamjong again to make it 3. This will be contested.
Yeah, it's been hotly contested. The referee's only had eyes for Hagshinas for the last 10-15 seconds, and obviously now the Iranian coach is going to ask. Well, let's have a listen. Invalidation of Gamjong, that's the penalty point. There was 2 or 3 back-to-back there from the centre ref for the man from Iran.
Invalidation of Gamjong.
So if that were to be the case, he would extend his lead back to 4, because at the moment, 1 spin kick and Omar Ali takes the bronze. Good work from the coach, gets that penalty point rubbed away. 1 little yellow card away now. Mohamed Hagshinas.
Back to 4 points the difference. A significant boost to Hagshinas in these final few seconds. The spins have to come through from Omar Ali, which they do, but easy to back away from. Less easy now because he's on the edge. Trunk shot to make it a 2-point game with 2 seconds remaining. It's going to be 3 for the Gamjong, so
he's going to take the 2 away as well.
Yeah. And 5 points in 2 seconds, and that really seals the deal. Unless this postscript can be written to change the scoring before we go into the final 2 seconds.
Yeah, you've got to play the video replay card. We saw invalidation of Gamjong from the Iranian side to get rid of the penalty. I'm looking for the same thing now for Team Kazakhstan. It shouldn't have a material impact, but you never know. You never know, because this could bring it back to a 5-point game. Well, it is a 5-point game just now, so it could then become the 4-point game. So a spin could take it into the golden round to decide the bronze medal. And if you're keeping up with this at home for the first time, well done. It's not simple, but simple to say the man from Iran still in the ascendancy.
Just 2 points the difference if he keeps coming and scoring, but that's where time runs out, and Hamed Hagshinas of the Islamic Republic of Iran knows the job is done, and that intensity of focus still with him even after the result is secured. He kept his focus, and Amir Ali tried everything, threw everything from the playbook that he had, his coaches as well, the involvement of the video replay system making things even more difficult to retain that singular eye on what he wanted. And there can't be much left in the tank can there at this point. In the heavyweight division, there's a good effort to do the jog of honour.
Yeah, you mentioned the video replay. They'll be replaying this in the video for many years for his family. Hagshinas, that little trot around the ring there. He had to work super hard, push to the end. Omar Ali, all our admiration. Of course, for Iran, Hagshinas, richly deserved. The Eiffel Tower shimmering in the distance. Paralympic flame still lit. But who can light it up now, Jack, as we move towards the grand staircase for this grand final?
And here they are. The first gold medal contest of the night at under 80 kilograms. Mexico's Luis Mario Najera up against Uzbekistan's Azadbek Toshtemurov.
Yeah, the fanfare of the trumpet welcoming them in, and they'll be trying to welcome themselves to a couple of kicks. If you kick to the body, you'll get 2 points. If you do a back kick, you'll get 3, spin for 4, and of course down these 50 steps waits the chance to go for gold.
Pipes playing and the drums now banging as well as the Uzbekistan flags begin to fly. Najera against Toshtemurov, the last two left standing at under 80 kilograms.
Of course, in the -80s, or we would know as welterweight, it's worth the weight in gold now as the judges make their way in. They're the ones in the blazers adding those extra points. The referee in charge, of course, of the 5 minutes safety and indeed any penalties from the centre ref, known as gamjoms. Hopefully you won't hear us saying that too often.
Can be hugely influential when we do talk about them, though.
Mexico, Luis Mario Najera.
Luis Mario Najera. Mexico in with a chance of gold at under 80 kilograms.
2022 European Para Championships and gold medalist at a 2024 Asian Championships.
He's never been to this kind of stage at a tournament of this magnitude. At the World Championships last year at home in Mexico, he didn't even make it into the quarterfinals. So, new experiences for the 23-year-old.
In red, representing Uzbekistan, Azadbek Toshtemurov.
Things were a different story for Azadbek Toshtemurov in Mexico last year. His visit to the country resulted in him becoming a world champion for the first time. Now in Paris, he's looking to achieve the same result in the last match of the night at under 80 kilograms. He's looked in impossibly good form, the kind of form where you suspect, has he been properly tested yet? Or is he simply too good for everybody in the division? We're about to find out.
Yeah, we surely are. You mentioned that World Championship victory in Veracruz in Mexico. He was in cruise control there. He won't be tonight. He's going to be pushed to the absolute limit. And we get to enjoy it because Luis Mario Najera is coming in with freedom. No expectations on his shoulders at all. Just his own personal pride and his own desire to go for gold. And he's in a good chance here. Has to keep it close at the start. That's the key for the Mexican in blue.
What we know about him is he's never put away from his semi-final victory where he was down by 6 against Ju Jong-hyun, who was looking every inch at a gold medalist in waiting potentially, but he was pegged back, and then right at the end, Najera hit the front. And hitting the front from the off in the gold medal match is Toshtemurov. Uzbekistan fighter in the red, of course, and the Mexican in the blue.
And they'll be feeling in the pink after that one. That's a really good start, that push kick to the body. So there are sensors also on the bottom of the feet and on the instep. You hit the protector, you get 2 points, and that's what the man from Tashkent has done so far.
Combat sports so popular in Uzbekistan in all forms. Toshtemurov choosing Taekwondo. The sport suits his particular skill set. He's so fast across the mat. Leg length is fairly handsome as well. He can reach out and take the trunk protector from angles that you don't think he's got. Back leg spinning kick as well. The back kick stepping through rather, to take 2 points, and a one's going to be added here because, well, from the angle we had, it was perfect to see that 180-degree rotation from a back kick. This will be 3 points.
Definitely. Turned his head, turned his shoulder, and as the referee turns her shoulder to check, they validate that extra spinning point that we mentioned. The judges in the Blazers doing their business, but also doing the business now by the coach in the corner for Mexico, because Janet Alegria, former London Olympian, will be having to do her best to keep her fighter cool. Mr. Stemerov, obviously the physio, a big fan of his as well, but a big fan so far of the work done here. Clean and precise, and when you can do textbook taekwondo in a Paralympic game final, that shows the quality, and he's delivered at every juncture.
It is great work so far, but there's more work to do. Let's track back to the semi-final, because Luis Mario Najera was 7-0 down then as well against Ju Jong-hyun, who was cutting similar shapes to Tosh Temirov right now.
Not as good as the shapes cut by the fans, by the way. They're up for this party. The DJ doing the job as well, but laying a beat down so far. Tosh Temirov for Luis Mario Najera, as you rightly said. We saw a lot there from the Uzbek coaching corner. Wasn't privy to what was said by Team Mexico, but this next 45 seconds or so pivotal. If the lead extended by Uzbekistan, he's on a one-way street towards gold. If not, Najera needs to come forward and needs to do it advisedly, because the back kick that we've seen, another 3 points, and it becomes a really insurmountable lead.
And that back kick, John, is it right to say, only really gets activated as a counter when you've come forward and you've not got that advance right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. You've got two options. You can step through for the back kick, as he steps through Tosh Temirov for a simple shot to the body, use it as an attack. You might see that from Najera, but that's a much slower technique. You have to turn your back on your opponent, hence why you get extra points. It's more difficult. But the counter shot, that's a decent one there from Najera.
Coming in at just the right time. The train hasn't departed just yet for Tosh Temirov. Najera makes sure. 2 more points added, and then Ganjong given away.
Use the front leg, the call from Janet Alegria. Decides to use the back leg instead. That might be something they pick back over in their performance review. But will they be doing it with a gold or silver? A change of stance from the Mexican, trying to change his options.
Tosh Temirov out here by himself, but with Uzbekistan singing, ringing in his ears. It's a big arena here. The noise can circulate, but it'll be audible to the man in the red headgear right now. Ten points the gap. Trunk shot just take it back to 8. 2 minutes remaining. There is plenty of time.
Yeah, Luis Najera trying to step things up here. Goes in with that back leg from far too far away. Your distance and your observation, your radar starts to betray you as the pressure comes up. It's not easy to be clear-minded, and what we've seen so far from Azarbek Tosh Temirov is him in second gear. He's taking his time here. He's not gone through the full repertoire. He's fully intent on grabbing that gold.
13-6, timeout called.
Yeah, and at 13-6, he's in a fix here, the Mexican in the corner, Najera, and he's been backed into that corner by this man here. Very, very calm. This would complete that Grand Slam of a career that we'll be hoping for him, or they'll be hoping for him specifically. But Najera really, really struggling now.
Nice and loud, hands in the air.
Bien haut les mains, bien haut.
Here we go then, back to the action for the first gold medal match. It's 6:13 to Uzbekistan. Make some noise!
Nahera told to go and be a hero. Once again, he's done it already in the competition. Back from the depths to win his semi-final. Gamjon against Tosh-Temirov for blocking with the knee. And he adds another two. The trunk keeps flashing next to the Uzbekistan flag because the points keep on coming.
Yeah, the hits keep on coming from the man in red. Tosh-Temirov goes for the back kick. He's beginning to relax his shoulders now. He's up on his toes, moving to the beat of the fans created in this Grand Palais. A wonderful atmosphere. He may never get a chance to compete in a venue like this again, and he's savouring every second of it. By way of contrast, of course, Luis Mario Nahera trying to come forward with simple shots, but it's the anticipation every time. The timing of Tosh-Temirov impeccable.
Coolest man in town, Azadbek Tosh-Temirov. Operating on a different plane to his opponents tonight.
Yeah, when he goes back on the plane, it'll be with a gold medal, because Luis Nahera, you mentioned him being back on track. He's now been derailed somewhat because this lead is just extending, and he's got two big enemies now. He'll take a break, of course, to try and figure it out. I think there might be a video review card coming in for a possible low kick. In fact, possible high kick. The request from Janet Allegria. So this won't change the score. It will, however, give Nahera a chance to get his breath back.
Chom coach, request intentionally dangerous play.
So trying to kick to the head on purpose. So Janet Allegria has to throw that card. But his card's marked at the moment. So we're looking up to the top right here, the big screen. If there is an intentional kick up to the face, watch the athlete in red. It's a back kick. It seems to just hit the body. Might have slipped up towards the shoulder, but it will not change the outcome or the destination, you would venture, of this gold medal contest. Even it's time to wave to the fans in the crowd.
No man has carried more expectation on his shoulders into action tonight than Azadbek Tosh-Temirov, because there's a whole party relying on him. Not to dampen the spirits, but to raise them. And he has risen to that challenge so well.
And he rises up with a nice step-up double there. And in the City of Light, the fans have even a chance to turn the lights on. Luis Mario Nahera, to his credit, fighting to the finish down the stretch here. But Azadbek Tosh-Temirov, his tenacity, being richly rewarded here. And if you want to have a Paralympic champion, you need someone that has all the skill, all the technique, all the attitude. And as we have seen so far, Jack, none better than Azadbek Tosh-Temirov.
Everyone in the Grand Palais has read the final page of this one already. Powerful cut to the trunk, which sees the Mexican landing on the floor. Another Gamjon will come from this. I had hoped there wouldn't be too many in this contest. There's been a few, but the kicks to the trunk, the spinning kicks, the back kicks, they've been far more plentiful. It's been a feast of scoring from both these two, actually. 34-14 is where we are right now. More points to be had here. It's about saving the moment, and really for both as well. The silver medal for Najera. He's not going to be the hero for Mexico, not quite, but nonetheless a landmark result in his career. Asadbek, Tosh Temirov edges closer.
Teetering on 9 gamjoms.
And you know he's got to be so careful here. Goodness me. Another gamjong, and he'll lose the contest. 2.4 seconds remaining. 38-17 the score. Asadbek, Tosh Temirov, by appointment, the Paralympic champion. The conductor of the Uzbekistan choir. The only man that's been able to get close to him really today is his coach, Bobur Kutsayev. And no one has been let down by this man today. There's a band of shimmering Uzbekistan flag-clad fans banging the drum for him. And they'll bang the drum long into the night until the sun comes up in Paris. 38-17. Well, he left a little bit of drama for us, John, with the 9 gamjons. Otherwise, a lockout.
Yeah, no question. He wanted to take everything, the high scoring, also the high drama. Teetering on the brink was Tosh Temirov in terms of deductions. But you can't take anything away from the champion. Absolutely brilliant. The man from Uzbekistan, Asadbek, Tosh Temirov, as you say, didn't let anyone down. He's exceeded expectations, not just for his nation, but for all of Taekwondo. Punches the mat in delight. A worthy Paralympic champion. Luis Najera, excellent silver medal. He never settled for silver. He fought for that silver. He went for it, pushed it to the limit. But at the end of it, waiting at the top of the mountain, Asadbek, Tosh Temirov towering over him, deserving that Paralympic gold medal.
Mesdames et messieurs, au balcon de l'escalier d'honneur du Grand Palais, veuillez accueillir nos athlètes dans la catégorie féminine de plus de 65 kilos. Finale du match pour la médaille d'or.
Ladies and gentlemen, entering via the grand staircase here at Le Grand Palais. Please welcome the athletes for the women's 65 kilogram plus gold medal contest.
It's time to take in the view in the Grand Palais for Amy Truesdale of Great Britain and Gulyannoy Naimova of Uzbekistan. The first seed against the second seed in the gold medal contest at plus 65 kilograms.
Yeah, Jack, it's two fighters that know each other extremely well, not just at the Paralympic level, but also most recently in Chuncheon in the last event just before this competition. It's 3-2 in terms of head-to-head in favour of Naimova. But of course, when it counts, the big 50 steps down now, they are ready to rumble in this heavyweight final.
And one of those encounters was at the last Paralympic Games in the semi-finals when Naimova beat Truesdale. Truesdale ended up taking the bronze, and Naimova went on to take the inaugural Paralympic title. This is how we got to this stage today. Vargas defeated by Truesdale in the semi-final, whilst Menezes defeated by Naimova of Brazil. Exemplary days so far from both. And the referees here to make sure everyone is in good order and to assess the spinning kicks as well and the point-scoring system in Para Taekwondo. It's a little bit different to Olympic Taekwondo. It's a 2-3-4 system, and the judges around the mat will be assessing whether it's a 180-degree spin, a 360-degree spin, and whether you score a 4-pointer or a 3-pointer or a 2-pointer.
Uzbekistan.
Gulyannoy Naimova. La championne paralympique de Tokyo.
The champion in Tokyo 3 years ago, Gulyannoy Naimova of Uzbekistan. She then became the Asian Games champion last year in Hangzhou in China.
Won 3 World Championship medals, gold, silver and bronze.
And guess what? She's also won the World Championship already in her career. A formidable CV, bursting with everything you can do in the sport. The question is, can she do it again tonight in Paris? Amy Truesdale from Chester in England wants to be the person to stop Naimova in her tracks and upgrade that bronze medal from 3 years ago to a gold in Paris. She's in great form, she's had a great day, but this is what she came for. This is where the hard work really begins.
Yeah, this is where the truth meets the training for Truesdale, the 3-time world champion. I mentioned that matchup in Chuncheon. It was just about 5 weeks ago now. In the last second, Gulyannoy Naimova overtook Truesdale to take that. She will want to erase that. It will not be a continuation that she looks for. She tries to claim this maiden Paralympic gold title. But to do that, Gulyannoy Naimova, always a stern test. They know each other so well. But under this tense situation, I think Gulyannoy Naimova has maybe forgotten, could be the towel. She's given a little signal there to the centre referee. So there is, of course, a little bit of sweat on the protector. There are electronic sensors on the socks and on the body. Let's have a listen. So the volunteer has gone up to get the bag, to get the mouthpiece. So obviously in Taekwondo you've got arm guards, shin guards, groin guard, body protector. The mouthpiece has been left behind by Naimova. Now, in terms of concentration, Amy Truesdale has to stay focused here. This is something that you've built yourself up for. Could it throw Naimova off? Let's find out.
Let's hope the volunteer hasn't had to go back up those 50 stairs. Instead, it's the coach from Uzbekistan who's racing around.
Uzbekistan, let's keep the noise going, get the claps going, make some noise.
Yeah, Boba Kuzayev was working earlier on with kicks to his opponent, or his athlete. Maybe getting a few raps on the knuckles for forgetting the gum shield. There could be a gam jom as well for coming out late without the requisite protective equipment. So this could be a 1-0 lead now for Amy Truesdale. Let's see what the referee makes of it.
We're just about to kick off. Great Britain, make some noise!
Du bruit pour la Grande-Bretagne!
Uzbekistan, make some noise!
Du bruit l'Ouzbékistan!
Amy Truesdale on the other side sets herself. The Britain in the red, and Uzbekistan's Gulyannoy Naimova now with mouthpiece in the blue. But a gamjong, John Cullen, exactly as you said it would be to start things off because of the delay to this gold medal contest. 1 point down already. Might not make too much when we do the numbers at the end of this one, but who knows? Here we go.
Yeah, well, the last time they fought there was a 1 point difference, so could be, as you say, immaterial, but you never know. They've got sensors on their socks, kick them to the body like so. You could get 2 points. Amy Truesdale showing her confidence straight away there, Jack. A back kick, a more difficult kick, but just a little warning for Gulyannoy Naimova. You can't rush in.
Goes with the back kick again, Naimova. So many different weapons that she can deploy, Naimova, and she deploys them so smoothly as well. But here Truesdale gets the first kicking points of the contest. That was a big exchange, neither scoring. Truesdale moving in and backing away.
She's got that good footwork, Amy Truesdale. She's going to need it. Gulyannoy Naimova trying to hold the centre of the mat. She wants it fought at this close distance here. That's a good back leg turning kick from the British fighter, plus the push. Good balance though from Naimova. She didn't fall over.
That's remarkable from the Uzbekistan fighter. To be sent in reverse like that and still keep your feet.
Yeah, no mean feat to keep that balance, but still in the balance. 2-point game. Good work again from Amy Truesdale. Nice footwork, seeing it coming, sliding back and taking that counter. Early attempt there for that 3-point kick, the step through back kick from the fighter in blue, Guljanay Naimova. A dangerous tactic, but also a sign she's feeling a bit of pressure here. A couple of minutes already gone.
Truesdale steps away, changes the angle of attack. Punch. Interesting tactic. The punch doesn't score you a point, unlike in Olympic Taekwondo, but it is allowed, and it's part of the attack system that fighters will use to distract or deter an opponent. And Truesdale then adds more points after that, plus the Gamjon. 8-1. Very profitable 2.5 minutes for Amy Truesdale.
And Jack, she's been all business. She wasn't thrown off by the fact that the gum shield was late. She's now discussing now with Andrew Deere, Commonwealth champion, European medalist, the coach in the corner. Bobur Kuzayev was sprinting around the arena looking for the gum shield. A part of that is a function then of a lack of readiness. Forget that when it then came to the match starting. Amy Truesdale, textbook. If we look at it here, we know that there's sensors on the socks. When they hit the body, they're worth 2. And the Brit has blasted these home every single time. That push kick, albeit not scoring, is a signal of intent. Guljanay Naimova knows that this is going to be a real contest. The halfway stage now to gold. Key stations now. Guljanay Naimova has come back on 3 occasions from a bigger defeat deficit than this against Amy Truesdale. Can she do it again, or is it a chance for Amy Truesdale to take that maiden gold?
"35 years of age now, Truesdale. She's been at Paralympic Taekwondo, or Para-Taekwondo, from the very start. She competed in the first World Championships back in 2009. So the journey to this point, a long one, and Truesdale has made the very most of every second on the mat so far to build this score.
And she even competed in the non-Paralympic style before that, as did Naimova, so they both get a very long record within the sport. It's a part of them, and you can see it. Anything done well looks easy, and they look really good at the moment. There's a little buzzer going off there. There was a suspicion of a timeout, but I think it might be a video review for perhaps kicking low. Let's have a listen.
Comes in for fight for home.
So perhaps for a lack of fighting, this could go straight in the pocket. So it's not going well for Bobur Kuzayev. No gum shield, no video replay card. Still time though. That one's for not fighting, so you're not allowed to ask for that. That's the referee's purview.
Truesdale gets back to the fight, so too does Naimova, attempting that back kick for a 3-point score. Doesn't land, and she's reading everything so well, Truesdale. Reactions and anticipation, and it's keeping her out of trouble when Naimova's looking for it.
She also had a quick glance, not so much at the score, she'll be aware of that, but at the time. Of course, the scoreboard can't kick you back, so Truesdale goes back to work. As Guljanay Naimova really scrambling now because not only are these scoring shots from Amy Truesdale, they are hurtful shots. That big push kick taking a bit of the stamina away from the fighter in blue.
Still staying static for a while now, but that won't be much trouble to Amy Truesdale.
What might be a bit of trouble here is it flicked up off the shoulder, caught the chin there of Guljanai Naimova. You can see the British fans eating their flag there, but just eating a possible kick to the face just as well. She's got the gum shield this time. As Victor Munoz comes down to check, Guljanai Naimova, I'm sure, will be absolutely fine to continue. So they're checking for either unintentional kick to the face or intentional kick to the face. Unintentional.
Referee request. Is the dangerous intentional or accidental?
Neidis Tavares there, the referee or the video review juror, just confirming that. It would... Sorry, no, go ahead, Jack.
Just to discuss the consequences of if it is intentional, what will that mean?
So if it's intentional, you can get a direct yellow card because you meant to kick them in the face. If not, the referee will just give a gamjom. They're looking up to the top right. It slipped up off the shoulder and caught the face. So there's no way that Amy Truesdale is intentionally going to kick someone in the face, but then the Neidis Tavares is saying there was a kick to the face. If it's intentional and she's unable to continue, that could be a bit more of a problem for the British fighter. So we're waiting for the hand signal from the centre referee, because obviously there's the plastic visor on the guard. If that hits you, it is very jarring. I've had that experience, I tried it on. But Amy Truesdale now has to stay focused. So you're allowed 1 minute of a medical intervention. There's 20 seconds of that left. And then we'll see the referee's pronouncement. Will she continue or not? 10 seconds to decide. It sounds like she will not continue. Let's have a listen here, Jack. So the doctor said, yes, you can continue. Guljanai Naimova says, no, I cannot. It was not intentional, the call from Amy Truesdale. If it's deemed to be intentional, it could be the gold for Uzbekistan. Some major controversy. So Amy Truesdale, the kick was aimed at the body, slipped up off the shoulder, hit the face of Guljanai Naimova, who's now, to her perspective, staying down due to injury. So they're going to have this conversation now. We're looking now at the centre referee and listening. She's fine to continue, Victor Munoz, the doctor, is saying. But obviously, let's listen if Neidis Tavares has anything. And Shakir Shelbat, the technical delegate, getting involved. So this could be a massive moment of controversy here. Which way is the hand signal going to go? Will it be for Great Britain, or will it be... Is it a red card or a yellow? Yellow for intentional. She wins. She takes it. If it had been a red card, it would have been silver. the yellow card means gold for Great Britain.
The nerves jangling in the Grand Palais for Amy Truesdale, but Andrew Deere, her coach, comes straight over to say it's okay. The unlikely, what she deemed the impossible, didn't happen. Guljanay Naimova unfortunately unable to not continue. But the decision to take away the position that this woman was in, Amy Truesdale, was not given, and here she goes. The gymnastics out on the mat, worthy of a 10.
Worthy of a gold. Worthy of a gold, Jack, and I'm so pleased for her. Obviously, Guljanay Naimova, we wish her a speedy recovery with that silver medal, but Amy Truesdale, well, she uses poetry to journal her thoughts. She's lost against Naimova before, and she wrote poems about how to deal with it. She was poetry in motion tonight. Absolute perfection. She did everything right from start to finish, and that controversy at the end there, everyone was on tenterhooks. Was it going to be a red card? If it's a red card and intentional, it's out. Victor Munoz, the doctor, said she's okay to continue. This is not a serious injury. That could have played a factor in the colour of the card. Most importantly, the colour of the medal. Amy Truesdale takes the title.
The Paralympic champion, Amy Truesdale, for Great Britain. That's the shot there.
Slides off the shoulder, cracks the jaw. Not fun. Guljanay Naimova didn't want to continue. She'll be back for the silver. We hope she's back for the procession, but this yellow card, it's the yellow of the gold medal for Truesdale.
She took an extra moment just to process, didn't she? Just to check before the celebrations could begin. Amy Truesdale, the Paralympic champion.
A split decision?
In the end, I suppose you could say.
Mesdames et messieurs, au balcon de l'escalier d'honneur du Grand Palais, veuillez accueillir nos athlètes dans la catégorie messieurs de plus de 80 kilos. Finale du match pour la médaille d'or.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Jack, the heavyweight women have delivered. It's now time for the men.
Please welcome the athletes for the men's 80 kilogram plus gold medal contest.
The final gold medal to be allocated in Para-Taekwondo at Paris 2024. The contenders, Aliashkab Ramazanov, the neutral Paralympic athlete in the red, and Matt Bush from Wales, representing Great Britain. So here they come. Matt Bush, someone who might well have been a gold medalist, a medalist of a different kind at a different games in a different sport once upon a time. He was Britain's top male thrower in the F46 javelin back in 2016. He was aiming for Rio then, but a shoulder injury prevented him from that achievement. An injury prevented him from competing in Tokyo in Taekwondo 4 years later. But now, here in Paris, he's not only become a Paralympian, he's made it through to the final. The number 4 seed against the number 7 seed in Ramazanov. The two heavyweights of real caliber, and Ramazanov has impressed everyone who's watched him today as well.
Yeah, well, he impressed the judges here in the Blazers for those extra spinning points. He'll be brave to try it, as Matt Bush has looked in good form today. The centre referee will be in charge of the 5 minutes. And as we've seen, Gam Joms, very important indeed. 10 of those, you lose the match. But of course, this one comes down to skill and the will of both the heavyweights.
Great Britain, Matt Bush.
So Matt Bush from St Clear in Wales. He's the reigning world champion as well. Picked that up in Mexico last year, and family and friends as close as they can possibly be without helping him out on the mat. Matt Bush makes his way round. This is his route through, beating Idrissa Keita of Senegal in his first contest, for making good in his second against Hamad Hagshenas. His opponent, Ali Hagshab Ramazanov. He's been a world champion before as well, back in 2017.
2017 in London and current European champion.
And as well as that title, more recently and more relevantly, he won the European title in Serbia in May. He beat Evan Medal, the American, who picked up a bronze medal here, beat him 15-1. The form he's shown coming in here and the way he's take on some of his opponents here today, most impressive, and he's not someone who is going to wait around, stand on ceremony. He's going to go right after Matt Bush, try and take the title for himself. It's well poised in the heavyweights in the Grand Palais.
Yeah, they won't be standing on ceremony. Will they be back for the victory ceremony, and in which order? Because they've never fought each other before. That's a key detail in this one. Ramazanov and Bush, new foes to each other, so trying to establish himself early. The Brit in blue coming out with that front leg to the body. That's the one closest to it. And kicks to the body are worth 2. And as we saw those judges coming in, they could add any bonus points.
Ramazanov repositioning, bouncing around, and coming in for the back leg turning kick onto the trunk of Bush, but not activating the sensors. There's sensors in the socks, in the trunk, and when they connect with each other with the requisite force, points are scored.
Good skipping attempt there from Ali Akspat Rakamanov. Tried to land that front leg to the body there. And already Jackie's trying to change that angle, trying to give Matt Bush a difficulty. Good back kick there from the Brit, though. That will land.
Bush gets the first points of the gold medal contest. Takes 3 because of the back kick element, so that's judged by the umpires around the ring. And avails himself to the fans as well. Not that there's much of an audible sound around the arena. It's a quiet which opens up as these two get going.
You can just about hear Andrew Deere over that hush saying keep your movement, keep it going. Ramazanov has shown willing to come in with more difficult techniques, but the mighty Bush holding the centre. That was that back kick, saw it come and slides off.
Yeah, inside the head guard of Matt Bush is a supercomputer of processing power. He's able to problem solve on the hoof so well. He's faced opponents of different sizes, different strengths today, and hasn't necessarily known them all that well. He's thought his way through fights as much as kicked his way through them.
And Ramazanov trying to do the same. He's trying to move, he's trying to find a way through. That back kick there, stepping through, is a good idea. Wasn't far away from it. Got a little touch, but not enough power and sustained impact to score. But he's full of endeavour so far, the man in red.
Bush a little frustrated. Is that with the lack of scoring? The frustration with the sensors not flaring in his favour that time?
Yeah, I think a combination of both. It's the frustration of what I do isn't actually quite working here. The reason for that, Matt Bush sometimes can be dismissed as, oh, he's big and he's strong. Very smart. That's the biggest thing. So he uses his strengths, he times his moves, and that back leg turning kick will at least create the gam jump. So that frustration bubbles over then when you're not able to score yourself. Referee decides to let that one flow.
So no Gamjong, and yet no Gamjong against Matt Bush for the push either.
Yeah, if that could be it, then maybe the referee's just decided to let it float.
2 points into the trunk from Matt Bush again. 5 points the lead. 3 minutes elapsed in the gold medal contest. Bush bouncing around a little bit more. Oh, it's a lead which can easily be eaten away. It's not insignificant either, and if it's on your side, then a surge of adrenaline rises up within you, because Matt Bush closing in on the business end of this gold medal contest with the healthy lead of 5.
Ramazanov there jumped to get out of the way of that kick, so it wasn't landed low, but as you say, the business end now, as I think they're going to take that time out. Chong and Hong, blue and red, so it was the red team from the neutral Paralympic athlete team deciding we need a rest here, we need to reassess. The reason for that, the blue corner here, Matt Bush has started professionally. They've obviously studied everything in terms of the environment. Hasn't flickered yet, hasn't shown any consternation, any lack of concentration. In the red corner though, Ramazanov, you can see sweat strewn down the neck. He's worked extremely hard for 0 reward. So that will pay, I thought, in his mind. And this was the big kick from the big man in blue that scored. That's the 3-pointer. And then the 2-point shot made it 5. So he's in a very strong position. Still a lot of time left though.
1 minute 35 on the stopwatch.
Well done, everybody. It's time now for some more.
Matt Bush straps in for a renewal of hostilities. Bush and Ramazanov go at it again. The back leg, back kick into the trunk, but it doesn't score from Ramazanov. He starts to move again, renewed by the break.
That was a good adaptation from Ramazanov. Instead of the straight back kick, he tried to hook it up onto the body. You can only kick to the body in para taekwondo. And Ramazanov tries to get his foot onto the protector there.
Inside the final 60 seconds of the gold medal contest in the men's heavyweight para taekwondo.
Again, as they eyeballed each other here at that close distance, the back kick well seen there by Matt Bush in blue. The British fighter's radar working perfectly here in the Grand Palais in the centre. Couldn't be any closer in terms of distance. And just a little chance to adjust the arm protector. But Ramazanov will be trying to adjust the scores. He needs something. He needs a spin kick to try and put a bit of pressure on Matt Bush.
It feels like a decent lead, doesn't it, for Matt Bush? But as soon as a 2-point score is on the board for Ramazanov, things tighten up. And this last 30 seconds could get very, very interesting if the neutral Paralympic athlete can get something, get his first points in this gold medal contest. He's been kept so quiet.
Yeah, it's been Matt's match so far. He's controlling it and into the business end of it now. At some point, the fight leaves you. And I wonder if Aliasgar Ramazanov is going to have to take the silver medal here, because Matt Bush in a very, very strong position now.
In and away. Then in for the clinch, and these final seconds tick away. There's nothing left that Ramazanov can do from this point. Matt Bush is the Paralympic champion. He woke up this morning wanting making his debut at the Paralympic Games. Well, that was ticked off early doors. And from there, the Grand Palais has been his arena tonight. And Great Britain have another gold in para taekwondo. It's back-to-back for Great Britain. Matt Bush after Amy Truesdale.
Oh yeah, Matt, oh yeah.
He busted out some dance moves as well, Matt Bush, and I think he'll be bringing Andrew Deere up onto the mat to go and pay his respects, of course, to the opposition coach. But you mentioned that back-to-back British success. Wonderful for Matt Bush. You mentioned how level-headed he was. It's now his chance to let his hair down, to celebrate, because as a Paralympic champion, there are few better the heavyweight should always be the biggest and the strongest, the most skillful. And that was the last fight, the last tangle in Paris, and it's Matt Bush with the gold.
And without consternation, without worry, it all went to plan. Team of 3 for Great Britain in Para Taekwondo. And from that team of 3, 2 gold medals.
And it's the team of 3 on the mat here. Sometimes we consider it as an individual sport. The physio doing the job, the coach likewise. And as you mentioned, the major medals for the 2 champions back-to-back. Spare a thought, of course, for Alyaskab Ramazanov, the neutral Paralympic athlete. There was nothing neutral about his efforts. He gave it full steam ahead, but came up against a much better fighter and now came up against what is the Paralympic champion. They had a wee kiss on the way in, sealed with a kiss on the way out.
Here we go.
Matt's left holding the baby and the title.
For those watching on back home in Wales, I'm rooting for Matt all day. I've had an easy time of it, really. He's not pushed the heart rate too high for anyone watching on home, maybe only himself. He's just been absolutely on it from the get-go.
De Para Taekwondo, ici au Grand Palais, Paris 2024. Juste quelques petites minutes de préparation pour accueillir les athlètes, les remettants et bien entendu pour la cérémonie de remise des médailles. Un tout petit peu de patience, continuons à nous amuser ensemble avec de la très bonne musique bien entendu. Et on se prépare pour la cérémonie, à tout de suite.
Well, of course, with 3 medal matches, we have 3 medal ceremonies to come your way. In a few minutes, we're going to get those started. If you are sticking around, please ensure you make plenty of noise to mark this incredible occasion for these wonderful Paralympians. All 3 victory ceremonies on the way very, very soon.
Coming up in the Grand Palais, the victory ceremonies for all 3 of the medal categories we've seen today.
This
catégorie K44, messieurs, moins de 80 kilos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's K44 minus 80 kilogram contest.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Victory ceremony incoming at the under 80 kilogram men's division. Lovely sight at the Grand Palais at the end of the night. And the injured Ju Jong-hyun, who won the bronze medal at under 80 kilograms, being helped towards the podium from his fellow medalists and those around him are Ali Reza Bakht of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the gold medalist Asadbek Toshtemurov. So they've got him here, and now the victory ceremony can begin. Thank you from Ju.
Membre du conseil d'administration du Comité international paralympique.
Governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
Accompagné par.
Accompanied by.
Mr. Jin Owan Jung, membre de l'ordre paralympique.
Member of the Paralympic Order.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la République islamique d'Iran et représentant la République de Corée.
Bronze medalists representing Islamic Republic of Iran, Ali Reza Bakht, and representing Republic of Korea, Ju Jong-hyun.
Ali Reza Bakht wins the bronze medal for the Islamic Republic of Iran and then helps his fellow bronze medalist onto the podium, Ju Jong-hyun. Ali Reza Bakht, the bronze medalist at the under 80 kilogram category for the Islamic Republic of Iran. And Ju Jong-hyun, the bronze medalist at under 80 kilograms for the Republic of Korea.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant le Mexique.
Silver medalist representing Mexico, Luis Mario Najera.
The silver medalist for Mexico, Luis Mario Najera. The silver medalist from Mexico, Luis Mario Najera.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique, représentant l'Ouzbékistan.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Uzbekistan, Asadbek Toshtemurov.
Asadbek Tosh Temirov of Uzbekistan, untouchable on the mat across his 3 matches today. He won the final 38-17 against Luis Mario Najera. He did have these boys behind him. In his corner, it was not just a team of a coach and a physio. He was supported by an orchestra, a band, a choir of Uzbekistan fans. Asadbek Tosh Temirov, the Paralympic champion.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de l'Ouzbékistan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Uzbekistan. Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
The medalists in the men's under 80 kilogram category, the bronze to Ju Jonghyun of the Republic of Korea and to Ali Reza Bakht of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The silver medal goes to Luis Mario Najera of Mexico, and the gold medal to Asadbek Tosh Temirov of Uzbekistan.
Les autres cérémonies d'ici quelques instants. Restez bien avec nous. Nous allons nous préparer pour 2 nouvelles superbes cérémonies de remise des médailles. Préparez-vous, restez bien avec nous.
We have 2 more victory ceremonies to come, and next up will be the men's 80+ kilogram category. Please stick around and offer your support for all 4 of those medalists. And then we'll have the women's 65+ victory ceremony straight after.
Tout à fait, Dave. Nous allons accueillir les vainqueurs dans la catégorie des messieurs plus de 80 kilos d'ici quelques petites minutes. Et nous conclurons avec la remise des médailles pour les dames de plus de 65 kilos. Ça va vraiment être de nouveaux moments d'émotion exceptionnelle à vivre tous ensemble pour terminer cette 3e journée de Taekwondo ici au Grand Palais. Moment formidable qui nous attendent encore tous ensemble. Restons ensemble. Let's stay together.
Say the noise and the atmosphere from the Uzbekistan fans over there is incredible. Join in with them, they've been keeping the energy and the noise, the dance moves. We love you.
On vous aime, Ouzbékistan. Quelle ambiance formidable grâce à vous. Bravo, bravo.
Minute or so, we will have our next ceremony. A reminder, it will be the 80+ kilogram men's victory ceremony up next in hopefully less than 60 seconds.
Moins d'une minute, Dave a raison, moins d'une minute et nous serons prêts pour ce nouveau protocole et la cérémonie de remise des médailles pour les messieurs de plus de 80 kilos. cérémonie des vainqueurs de l'épreuve de la catégorie K44, messieurs de plus de 80 kilos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's K44 80 kilogram plus contest.
Now time for the victory ceremony in the men's over 80 kilogram category. The gold medal having been won by Great Britain's Matt Bush.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Mr. Wayne Cale, vice-président du Comité international paralympique.
Vice President of the International Paralympic Committee.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Mr. Ali Sagir Kaya, membre du conseil d'administration de World Taekwondo.
World Taekwondo Council member.
Médaillé de bronze représentant la République islamique d'Iran et représentant les États-Unis d'Amérique.
Bronze medalists representing Islamic Republic of Iran, Hamed Hakshanas, and representing United States of America, Evan Medell.
Hamed Hakshanas of the Islamic Republic of Iran winning the bronze medal. And Evan Medell of the United States of America with the bronze medal as well. Hamed Hakshanas with the bronze medal for Iran. And Evan Medell with the bronze medal for the USA.
Médaillé d'argent, athlète paralympique neutre.
Silver medalist, neutral Paralympic athlete, Alyaska Ramazanov.
The neutral Paralympic athlete with the silver medal, Alyaska Ramazanov. Alyaska Ramazanov with the silver medal.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Great Britain, Matt Bush.
The Paralympic champion in the heavyweight division from Great Britain, Matt Bush.
Mesdames et messieurs, Si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la Grande-Bretagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
The bronze medal for the USA and Evan Medal. The bronze medal also for the Islamic Republic of Iran and Hamed Hagshenas. The silver medal for Ali Akshab Ramazanov. And the gold medal for Matt Bush of Great Britain.
We're around a couple of minutes away from our final victory ceremony of the Para Taekwondo at Paris 2024. That'll be starting in less than 2 minutes. Of course, that is for the women's 65+ kilogram category.
Moins de 2 minutes nous séparent de ce dernier moment d'émotion ensemble après ces 3 jours merveilleux ici au Grand Palais pour le Para Taekwondo de Paris 2024. Ce tout dernier grand moment d'émotion et de partage et de célébration de nos athlètes. Pendant quelques petites secondes seulement. Alors restez bien avec nous et préparez-vous pour une dernière fois, une dernière grande et belle ovation pour les athlètes du Para Taekwondo Paris 2024.
Un peu de love et de tendresse, finalement c'est ce qu'il nous reste. Que de l'amour, que de beaux gestes pour essuyer le temps qui blesse. Un peu de love et de tendresse, finalement c'est ce qu'il nous faut. Que de beaux jours, que de beaux gestes pour rattraper le temps qui presse. Un peu de love et de tendresse, un peu de love et de tendresse, un peu de love, un peu de love. Un peu de love et de tendresse, un peu de love et de tendresse, un peu de love et de tendresse, un peu de love, un peu de love, un peu de love et de tendresse. Fermé sans sentiment.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs de l'épreuve de la catégorie K44 féminine, plus de 65 kilos.
The victory ceremony and the women's over 65 kilogram category.
65 kilogram contest.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
The gold medal having been won by Great Britain's Amy Truesdale.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Mr. Chris El Hilali, membre du conseil d'administration de World Taekwondo.
World Taekwondo Council member.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Mr. Maher Magable, membre du conseil d'administration de World Taekwondo.
World Taekwondo Council member.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la Grèce et représentant le Maroc.
Bronze medalists representing Greece, Eleni Papastamatopoulos, and representing Morocco, Rajer Ekamash.
The bronze medal for Greece's Eleni Papastamatopoulos. And the bronze medal for Morocco's Rajer Ekamash.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant l'Ouzbékistan.
Silver medalists representing Uzbekistan, Goljanay Neymova.
A silver medal for Uzbekistan's Goljanay Neymova.
Médaillé d'or et championne paralympique représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Great Britain, Amy Truesdale.
Amy Truesdale of Great Britain wins the gold medal in the women's over 65 kilograms. Amy Truesdale of Great Britain is the Paralympic champion.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la Grande-Bretagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Great Britain.
Messieurs les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
medalists in the women's over 65 kilogram category at Paris 2024. The bronze for Greece's Eleni Papastamatopoulou, and for Morocco's Rajeh Akamach. The silver medal for Gulzhanoy Naimova of Uzbekistan, and the gold medal for Great Britain's Amy Truesdale. After 3 days of Taekwondo, the Para-Taekwondo at Paris 2024 comes to an end. The second showing of this sport in the Paralympic Games has been the biggest. You may even say it's been the grandest. The Grand Palais has been the venue, and it has been a fantastic showing indeed. Thank you very much for watching, and we look forward to your continued coverage and attention across the rest of the Paralympic Games 2024.